Come right on up, Mr. Cordova. And anyone else who has public comment, if there's a whole bunch of you, you can light up. If not, you can just come up, Kathy.
Yes. I guess it's around the screen. I have to introduce myself like other people, right? Alright, cool. No one needs to do that, right? Like Eric would vice versa. So I wanted to offer my minute and a half here with an anecdote, and it relates back to the conversation that is going to be had about the building and where we go with that. My father retired like a year or two ago, and for the last 14 years of his career, he worked out at the Empire State Building. And at some point as a young adult, I asked him, why the heck are you working at the Empire State Building? Knowing what I knew, like, you can be working anywhere else in New York City, they can get office space for a lot cheaper, and I got into construction recruiting, so I knew damn well how much cheaper they can be paying for rent and things like that. And I was like, your company could move. Now, they're a foreign company. They're a Russian-based company. And the answer he gave is what I want y'all to hear. He said, we are an international company. And the reason that they continue to be based here, and they're not the biggest company, if I threw out their name, none of you would know. But the reason that they were in the Empire State Building is like, they are an international company. They do business from all around the world. No matter who you are around the world, if you come to the United States, one of the things you're going to know if you come to New York City is the Empire State Building. It's a status symbol in a lot of ways. No one's going to know if you work on 62 Park Avenue or you work on 872 Madison Avenue and just a random building. But the Empire State Building holds that distinction for people. And why do I bring that up as it pertains to our building? Not because the building itself means anything, but the area does. We're in politics. Politics happen in Washington, D.C. Now, I offer that because I think it's important to have these discussions and to figure out how to have a building that suits the needs of the fastest growing parties and what needs we're going to have over the next 2, 4, 6 years. But I would urge you to consider that the area is what is important because that status is necessary. We want to be in the game, we want to win the game, got to play the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment this morning? All right. If there's none, let's take a look at our agenda. So we have a few items left over from yesterday. The next thing on the agenda is Market Institute proposal. I intended for that to take place under candidate support committee budget presentations. And the next thing after that is Florida resolution rate ballot access. So I would like to propose a couple of amendments to the agenda. And before I make them, I'm going to just let you know, I want to move the Market Institute proposal. And I'd like to bump up the Region 3 and Region 7 reports, if you guys are ready.
Ready to just...
Now we can do the Florida resolution next. Chief Benner, if you're ready.
Oh, yeah, it depends on me getting a hold of Hector, but
okay.
I can try.
Okay, so before I make a motion, what's the best order to do this in so that people are most comfortable? So I've got Florida resolution, Region 3 and Region 7, and Region 8 reports.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I also sent you the results of the bylaws election, and the committee needs to elect the interim chair out of those 10, so that's another item.
Can we see the results?
I'm looking for it.
I emailed it. I mean, I can read aloud the names, but I read them to you.
Let me just refresh my very failed. Oh, look right there. Okay. So let's do a list here. Bylaws results. Region 3, 7, 8 reports. Florida resolution.
Madam Chair, I'm texting with Hector right now. It appears that he can be here prior, so if the region reports go before that, I think it's sufficient.
Okay, so how about we do bylaws results, then region reports, then Florida resolution?
With the bylaws results, you mean bylaws results and elect the interim bylaws committee chair?
I just make an announcement. Do you want them to also do the chair election?
Well, then we have to do that at the same time because they can't meet without an interim. They can't start working. At this meeting, we need to elect an interim chair, whenever it is. It could be later, it could be earlier. I had that as one agenda item, the announcement of results, then election of the interim chair.
Let me find it. Where is it on the agenda?
Let me see where we ended up putting that. Sorry, my voice.
Number 12.
Ah, there it is. I'm fine with doing that.
Okay.
Okay, so should I do these one by one? What's everyone's preference? These agenda movements.
Do them all at once.
All at once, right? Is that
Yeah.
easier?
Yeah.
Okay. So. We left off. What a hot mess. Okay, so we left off at item F. So here's what I'm gonna propose. I'm gonna propose that we amend the agenda as thus. Move Market Institute proposal, which is G, 7G, down under candidate support committee budget presentations. Move move item 12. Announcement of, that says ballot, oh, bylaws. Announcement of bylaws up to now. Geez, how do I even phrase that?
Up to now.
Up to now. Followed by Region 3, followed by Region 7, followed by Region 8 reports. And then our Florida resolution rate ballot access.
Madam Chair, Affiliate Support Committee, maybe right after the region reports.
We're probably gonna do staff reports then, just keep everything else in. If that's okay with everyone, is anyone leaving and getting screwed by me moving these things around? Because I don't want that to happen. Okay. Okay, so we're just gonna wait just one moment to make sure our secretary has it typed up and that it's all kosher.
So, and then staff reports after regional report, oh no, the Florida,
Then Florida, and then we'll catch up with staff
the
reports.
Florida resolution after
And
regional
then-
reports. Staff reports.
Item I has already been taken care of, I believe, yesterday, correct?
What are they called?
Update on unauthorized use of trademark by Florida.
Yes.
Mexico. Okay,
Yep,
so
yep.
that's already taken care of. All right, we're all good. Okay, so there is my motion.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any questions or discussion on it? Sorry, it's a little squirrely. Do my best. Any objections? Going once, going twice. Hearing no objections, the agenda is amended. And that passes. Okay, so let's do the results of bylaws committee. Pull those up for you guys. Okay, the results are, the winners of the election are Sylvia Arrowwood, Paul Bracco, Nicholas Sisileski, so sorry for butchering your name, Karen Ann Harlos, Rob Latham, Frank Martin, Kim Molman, Tom Rowlett, Mike Rufo, and Mike Seebeck. So that's 10.
Congrats.
And I will post that on the discussion list. And now we're going to need to elect an interim chair.
Madam Chair, I move to elect Karen Ann Harless as the interim chair.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to elect Karen Ann Harlos as the interim chair. Believe we should probably do an actual vote on this.
If there's only one candidate,
Madam Secretary, what do you think?
If there's no objection.
If there's only one candidate, it can be done by
Is
acclamation.
that, are we all comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor of electing Karen Ann Harlos as interim chair of the bylaws committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Hearing none, Karen Ann Harlos is elected as interim chair. Thank you very much. Okay. 1 second, I'm putting this into email. Interim chair. And we are going to also elect alternates via a ballot.
So what I'm gonna do now is remove everything from the list that was the 10 that were elected. I'm gonna send out another OPA vote ballot that has all the remaining names. We need to decide how many alternates we want to elect. You can vote for as many as you want, but so that I can give you accurate results, we need to decide how many alternates we want and set a time frame for this ballot.
Okay. Anybody have any ideas on time frame for the ballot? Mr. Nana?
Not time frame, but the number of alternates.
Okay.
I propose that we do 7 alternates.
Do you want to make that a motion? Do we need to make
Yeah, I
that a
move
motion?
that we appoint 7 alternates to the bylaws committee.
Second,
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to appoint 7 alternates. How about a time frame? Does our motion need a time frame?
I need to just know when to close the OPA vote ballot.
24, 38, 72 hours, 12 hours?
72.
At least 48 because folks are gonna be flying home tonight.
Right, yeah, I would think 48, I think is,
Do you think 48? Okay.
unless somebody has an objection that they need a little more time, I think 48 would do.
Is 48 hours or 2 days better? What do you think?
Well, just give me a time and a day to close it and then I'm good.
How about 10 a.m.?
On Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
10 a.m. Central. Or Eastern.
11 a.m. 11 a.m. Eastern.
Okay.
I'm trying to do everything.
Yeah.
Alternates will be elected via open vote ballot from the remaining 7 alternates. I'm typing this into an announcement at the same time that you're typing this into. Okay.
And the way the alternates, just to make sure everyone understands and if anyone wants to move differently, is they'll be ranked in order of number of votes. If there are ties, because OPA vote won't rank ties, they just say whether they're elected or not. I can send the ties to the chair who can roll a multi-sided die. You could trust me to roll the multi-sided die. We could wait till we're on a Zoom meeting. I don't know how you want to handle it. I would just suggest, if you trust me, is if there's ties, I've got my D&D dice here, and I do a tiebreaker between any ties to rank them. But otherwise, it will be, the highest vote getter will be first alternate, so on and so forth, all the way down to 7. FYI, there's a lot of attrition on bylaws committees generally. I'm really in favor of 7 alternates because we need that a lot. And there's a not zero chance that those 7 may end up being, on the committee. But we usually definitely need a lot of alternates.
Okay.
So if you wanted to ask if there's any objection, I guess, to that tie-breaking procedure, I really don't care how we do it. If we want to appoint another LNC member to break any ties, I don't care. I won't be insulted.
So let me run through what we've got right now. We've got 7 alternates will be elected via open vote ballot from the remaining applicants. And if it's all right with you, Mr. Nana, the open vote ballot will be closed by 11 a.m. Eastern on this Tuesday.
That's fine.
Okay, and then do we also want to incorporate any ties would be decided by a roll of the die by our secretary?
yes. It's not my vote.
Are you comfortable with that?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so that's our motion. Okay, and it has been seconded by,
Second.
okay, seconded by Mr. Okay, any further discussion?
I'm getting it up here, so 7 ranked alternates goes to F7A. With any,
And I'll send this off to the list after we vote on it.
yeah.
Okay. Any objection before we go to a vote? And would you be more comfortable with a roll call vote?
It depends on if there's objection, I think.
No objection? Okay, going once, going twice, hearing no objections, that motion passes. Thank you, everyone. I am sending it to the LNC list now. And hopefully, while doing 2 or 3 things at once, I didn't screw up that email. And hopefully it actually shows up on the list. So let's go. I think it went. Great. Okay, our next agenda item is, what the heck did I say?
I believe it's regional reports, hold on. Bylaws, regional reports to after the bylaws.
Okay, so we'll do 3, and then 7, and then 8. You good?
Yes,
All right, then hold on up, whoever would like to present.
I'll just present right here. So starting with Region 3 represents Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, and Ohio. Indiana has been working hard to support their extensive slate of candidates, so they didn't actually submit a report. But Evan, the chair, Evan McMahon, did brief me that a ballot access lawsuit is moving forward in the U.S. Circuit Court. The federal judge has denied the state's request to dismiss a lawsuit led by the Libertarian Party of Indiana, Libertarian Party, or excuse me, the Indiana Green Party, and independent ballot access lawsuit. The court says a fact-intensive review of the current rule is necessary. So that may be something we will be lending our support to going forward, just making the committee aware of it. Kentucky, from Mr. Randall Daniel. They have just appointed a new vice chair, Charles Altendorf, to the state executive committee, filling a vacancy. LP Kentucky has already won 5 of the 9 races they were running this year, and they are expecting several more victories. While this smaller number of candidates, it's a very exciting win rate that includes 2 magistrates in the same county, as well as a 3rd-term city councilman a few counties over. They are gearing up for their 2023 elections, trying to attract a slate of well-prepared candidates to attempt state-level elections. Local would be more ideal, but 2023 is a statewide election in Kentucky, and they hope for 2023 to be a building year. Michigan. The Libertarian Party of Michigan will be replacing its treasurer at their upcoming meeting. And one standout from this election cycle is David Caney, one of our candidates for U.S. Congress District 8, which represents the Flint area, has been the benefactor of approximately $225,000 of spending from a progressive PAC for attack mailers against the other Republican candidate in the race. And we generated a press release that's gotten some earned media from the Detroit News. Ohio. Ohio, unfortunately, does not have ballot access, and the barrier for entry for even independent candidates statewide is very high. Therefore, they do not have any candidates running. However, they are gearing up for 2023 when Ohio has local elections. The state was running a petition drive to achieve ballot access. However, some changes need to be made to the group of 5 people that appear on the petitions. 1 is moving, and 2 more we are not sure will be around when we would be filing, which would most likely be in 2024 at the earliest. The drive will cost the Libertarian Party of Ohio several $100,000 with no LNC support. That concludes my report. Thank you, everybody.
Any questions?
Actually, I had one. Is there a written report or no?
Yes, I have it right here. I was just about to send it to you.
Okay, yeah, please, just because I need it for the minutes.
Yes.
I'm trying to think if I have any questions. I don't think so. Let's go to our next region then, Region 7.
Okay. So this is going to be our Region 7 midterms edition report. Okay, so kind of like most of my report is going to be centered on candidate elections because that's pretty much what everybody wanted to focus on. I think everything else, there are other things happening and I will highlight some of those in certain states, but really everyone's hard at work and they didn't really want to write reports and I understand that. Okay, so I'll start with Arkansas. So some highlights for us, aside from elections, is we did win our ballot access lawsuit. That is huge. Everything that we brought to their attention, it was ruled unconstitutional. They will be fighting it because they don't want us to clutter up the ballot, which is what they said. So I do want to give a special shout out to a couple of our candidates because we have about 2 weeks before the elections, we always have PBS debates, and all of our candidates that we have were on the same debate stage. They were treated with the same amount of respect, and they all got to speak their piece, and they did really well. We have, so specifically, our candidate for Governor, Ricky Harrington, he did great, as usual. And then we had two other standouts, which I want to bring attention to, is our Lieutenant Governor candidate, Frank Gilbert. He did absolutely amazing. He's gone viral on TikTok. He's been a candidate before. He's been a local mayor, so he's our pretty, he's a go-to candidate for us. We really enjoyed him. And then if you had seen any clips from Michael White, he is our District 2 congressional candidate. He completely slaughtered both the Republican and Democrat candidates, so I'm very proud of him for that, and I did want to highlight his win on that. And so another highlight we'll move to Texas. So they have 63 candidates. They're very hard at work. They have some two-way races, just like we do in Arkansas. Going to highlight Joe Roberts. I believe he's running for State House, District 100. He's doing great, very active campaign, running against a Democrat, so they're hopeful about that. Their ballot access, okay, so they have they've got a few things going on. In one of their federal lawsuits, they were successful at getting relief regarding the requirement of paper petitions. Their specifics are still being worked out as far as how things will proceed. And for their legal fund, in order to fight these, they brought in nearly $40,000, so they completely exceeded their goal, coming in at 120%. And I do want to shout out some of our Oklahoma candidates, including our Todd-Hagopian, Natalie Bruno, Will Daugherty, the chair. They are working really hard in Oklahoma on candidates. Let's see what else we have. And then Louisiana, they want to highlight Rufus Craig, possibility of him going to run off as strong. They have a lot of local events for their Libertarian registrations during elections, so they are hard at work. I'm going to conclude my report. If you have any questions.
Tell us more about Oklahoma. They sound awesome.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, I guess.
or like we say, far north Texas. So.
All right, no more questions for Region 7? If not, let's go to Region 8.
Region 8. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't start out with what I believe is the Libertarian feel-good story of the year. Of course, that's the candidacy for the governorship of the great state of Rhode Island. Elijah Ghisarelli, who I think is known to all of us as sort of an uber national volunteer who has traversed this country selflessly for the Libertarian Party for years, is on the ballot as a candidate. He has been included in 2 debates, one sponsored by the flagship newspaper of Rhode Island, another one sponsored by a long-standing annual high school tradition in which he was both engaging and hella libertarian. So congratulations to him. Campaign signs adorn, if you will, the fields, the highways and byways of Rhode Island, all 44 miles of us. And folks are seeing Libertarian in action for the very first time at that scale. New Hampshire continues to impress. We all know about their senatorial candidate. They're going to be actively engaging through, including pocket sign waves around the state. Still very optimistic about ballot status. A lot of great events. I think that these guys are they've really engaged with the community at two different levels. They continue to engage aggressively with the Free State Project, which I believe is one of the best opportunities nationally to bring the Libertarian Party to a scale that we haven't seen in that type of concentration. So one of the more fun events they're going to run for the second time, it was wildly successful last time, was a Republican versus Libertarian hockey match. It was peacefully done last time, despite allegories to a certain hockey movie for hockey fans. It might be a little bit more competitive this time, given, well, let's say the nature of the senatorial race, which is being watched nationally because of the potential for a Republican incursion. And of course, I fully expect Mr. Kaufman to bring to that national race the same thing Mr. Hazel brought to Georgia, which is hopefully intense messaging and sheer chaos. Vermont. Talk about up for the ashes. Vermont had almost ceased to exist. Olga, the state chair, as a team, they're doing an astonishing job. Now, again, understand, the reason why I get so excited about this is because, hey, I love what we do as a group and as a family. But New England, you're starting to see it with some of the electoral reporting, just how deeply blue New England is. If you haven't traveled there either personally or politically, we are Soviet worker paradise come to America. And the utter failure on an urban and a political, even a moral level of politics in New England demonstrates how astonishing the work of Vermont has been. They're running 12 candidates for political office, a number of them on a fusion basis with Republicans. However, all of the Republican candidates have ceded, if you will, to our statement of principles and our philosophy in their case. So there is a real argument to be made that this fusion candidacies that exist are actually libertarians absorbing Republicans into the fold, yet still, if anyone's met Olga knows, maintaining our philosophical integrity. So they are an object lesson how to literally start from scratch. And so when I look to the great work that's being done in Virginia and New Mexico and now Vermont, all of us can really be energized by the fact that despite all these challenges that we have occurred over the last year or two, we are a party arising from this chaos. Maine, much needed conversation was given to Maine yesterday in terms of their ballot access opportunities. And while the lawsuit was not a complete win, the notion that through Election Day 2024, we have got to get 9,000 more, and I say we, because that whole volunteerism gene I talked about, that we have got to get 9,000 more registrants. I believe that's entirely capable. As I mentioned yesterday, they will be taking advantage of polling opportunities around the state where they can get volunteers to, on an approved statutory distance, maintain voter registration to become libertarian registrants in the state of Maine. So again, New York, of course, we're familiar with the challenges there. An aggressive writing campaign is being conducted by Mr. Sharp. A number of these issues, post Tuesday, we'll report through our Region 8 page, which I invite all of you to join. It's a very vibrant page where we post a lot of the ongoings. You don't have to be a member of Region 8. And certainly, folks in the LNC, I'd love to have you sitting there just, watching and observing and participating with your experience and perspectives. So New Jersey, I believe, has got congressional candidates in every district sans one but one. All right. So again, an aggressive campaign from the grassroots, where New Jersey has always been a really good partner with the Libertarian Party, but it's being driven up to an entirely new level. Connecticut, we did have a setback, if you will. From what I can tell you, there was an injunction brought against the state of Connecticut to include our candidate on the ballot. And here's an idea where we, as affiliates, need to each support each other. They had a 7,500 signature candidate goal. They didn't make it. Let's use those kind of setbacks as inspiration for all of us to find different ways to help all of the affiliates, including sweat equity. Again, I'm talking converts here, but for those listening, the libertarian planet does not begin and end at the border of your respective county or state. We need to find ways to support each other. Financially it would be great. We all know we're all being asked for a lot of that these days. But at the same time, volunteer efforts abound. I'll be making my affiliate support report later on today. And I will tell you that wherever you are in the country, if you want to help with affiliate support, we've got work for you to do. And so on that note, I say Region 8, it's, again, considering where we were just a couple of years ago, where we are now, there's hope for a lot of optimism. Thank you.
Question?
Ms. Harlos.
I do too, but Andrew.
Okay, what happened with Dr. Aaron Lewis's campaign?
From my perspective, just not enough volunteers.
Not enough volunteers.
Not enough volunteers. You're gonna hear me say that all day today.
To collect signatures or something else?
Collecting signatures,
Okay.
from my perspective, yeah.
And it was 7,500.
7,500, yes, ma'am.
And then what was the time required?
That was over a period, this is off the top of my head, I want to say about 6 to 8 months. So we should have, we had the opportunity, and I say we, because I include myself in that. All right, I'm never going to ask anyone to do anything, I will take responsibility for myself. All right. Again, on the other hand, there were competing signature drives around that region at the same time. Rhode Island, well documented. The state that shall not be, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, you got Larry Sharp and all that going on. So,
do we feel that our volunteers were just stretched too thin in that region?
Yes, we need more.
Okay.
Absolutely. The people who are working, again, I will always talk about Janelle and Paul from Worcester, who came down with their baby to Rhode Island to petition and got us over the top there.
I think Steve Ginger also has a baby, right?
That's right.
Steve also has a baby, the Connecticut chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Ginger and his group are working as hard as possible.
I know. It's a small state with people who have got a lot going on. Okay, I'm just trying to think about this in the context of ballot access and other things, like what our needs are. Like, that's a long period of time. And we probably need to be looking at, peaks and valleys of when people are available and not, and start trying to coordinate among the states in that area so that people just don't get burned out, overwhelmed.
One of the things that I'm going to talk about later on in my report today with the affiliate support committee, as you've seen, is the notion of having a pipeline so that those states that need ballot access support, or any support, but primarily, let's be honest, ballot access is the frontier of our country, of our efforts here. Putting the word out, because we all know, there's so many different ways besides just standing at a street corner signature you can help out. The point being, an affiliate sends out a call to action, the affiliate support committee, talk about it later, but we disseminate that need nationwide so that anyone who's got some time can find a way just to help.
Go.
I just was going to ask, is there a written report? Is that I can have my minutes, or is there no written report?
Written report?
I'll have a report. I'll get it back in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, last question. How's the gubernatorial race looking in New Hampshire?
I just looked at the poll while he was talking. I was curious. Unfortunately, as many of you may know, there are 2 libertarians running, and that's how they will appear on the ballot as both libertarians.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, exactly what I personally thought would happen is happening. They're both polling under 2%. They're both polling about equal amounts. Carlin is at 1.5. The other candidate is at 1.2.
Okay.
Kaufman is at 3.6, I think it said.
Okay.
And he needs 4 to maintain ballot.
It's really it's been all over in the polls. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Okay. Any other questions on Region 8? Okay. If there's none, the next item on our freshly polished and revised agenda is the Florida resolution.
Yes, Madam Chair, before I proceed, I just wanted to ask, do I have to read this resolution audibly? I think that will answer how I want to approach this.
How long is it?
It is very long, so I don't think it's necessary. I think we can contextualize it enough as long as it's on the screen for our viewers to see.
So I have a request. Let's put it on the screen, and we should maybe email it to everyone if that's feasible. If you want, you can just email it to me and I'll just rapidly knock it out to everyone else so you don't have to worry about that.
I saw it on OneNote yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, is it on OneNote? Then if it's on OneNote, let's not worry about it. Okay.
New business with prior notice.
Okay.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there'd been some changes.
Perfect. So as it goes up on the screen, I'm glad we actually just talked about ballot access because that's the perfect segue to this discussion. So I know that all of us are aware of the different hurdles that are presented in front of us in regard to ballot access. It differs by state quite a bit. And it is one of the most treacherous aspects of the state, no doubt about that, what they hand to us. But this resolution is a way to, in some way, jump over those hurdles, or at least to broadcast the message of one angle in which we can do so. Many of the people elected this board made a big conscious effort to talk about the importance of single issue coalitions and coalitioning with others that might not agree with us on but 10%, but we'll fight as much as we can with them on that 10%. So what this speaks to is a motion that would encourage our Libertarian Party affiliates in the states and the membership to engage in single issue constitutional referendums with newly sprouting political parties, third parties especially, that are in the process of or will likely begin ballot access drives. So the resolution speaks to the Forward Party and the People's Party in particular. So there's nothing actionable about this resolution other than that we're recommending to our affiliates to engage in this type of activity. So that's all I want to say, but I want to call Mr. Roos, our gubernatorial candidate from Sunshine State, to speak to its merits a little bit further, so I can polygon him in here momentarily.
Please leave your message for 305.
I'm going to try one other number actually that he has. Mr. Roos, how are you, sir? You have the entire LNC. How are you?
Oh, okay. Well, great. Good. Hello.
Hello, Hector. Yeah, I've just spoken to briefly to the merits of your resolution. Please feel free to continue to address the body of its merits.
Okay. Good afternoon, or good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. And I'll be brief to the merits of the resolution. One of the things that we've always talked about is ballot access in the party. In the resolution, it presents the history of how Florida went from having the toughest ballot access law in the world to one of the easiest now in the country. And that's essentially emphasizing that we invest so much time and energy into ballot access rights so that it may be time to look at Florida's strategy of trying to enshrine ballot access into state constitutions as a matter of right, rather than and the way we went about it was unique to Florida, but it still doesn't mean that we can't find states that have easier processes to get a ballot referendum on. The question is at that point, can we build coalitions together, especially with new energy, to try and build a third lane in American politics to do that? And the question of really what it took in Florida is an example that really has merit and that people need to hear about. Because it wasn't automatic, it took a lot of work, and it was a multi-year affair as well. So with that, that's the merit of itself. And hopefully we can, if we can start passing these changes for ballot access through constitutional referendums, then we can start diverting those funds that go to the ballot access by other types of legal battles. Because even in Florida, even though we have it enshrined in our state constitution, the legislature is right and has written several laws to try to limit ballot access wherever possible. And our obligation is to try to fight against those changes. And little by little, we have been moving down. But there's always going to be another fight ahead. One of the ways that's been popularized in Florida, and I'm seeing it also take place in other states, particularly in the South, has been introducing these seating requirements to prevent people and even political parties from running from having fielding candidates. And so recently, the People's Party in Florida lost out. We have to guarantee ballot access, but they basically lost the ballot access for a year because they have to wait out and see the requirement for a year to be able to field a candidate. So similarly, they try to block other candidates, even the major parties in their primaries, to have this kind of access to the ballot, and they've been able to win, essentially getting a court to basically cut the seating requirement completely and open up huge loopholes to it. So something that we are planning ahead in Florida is to change the rules to accommodate the loophole and guard against legislative changes that try and close the loophole or try to introduce other legal frameworks to create more prohibitions to ballot access. So those are things that are key. One of the things that I'd like the LNC to consider is helping us identify attorneys who just look at our situation and prepare some legal opinions for us so that we can actually take it and go shop it around to our donors and to possibly get other legal representations in these matters. We don't technically need the LNC to put in a lot of money into this, like I said before, but the basics, the fundamentals are legal opinion, what can you do with legal opinion, go to our donors and ask for money, and go get attorneys that will give legal opinion and will fight. Right, so that's if those are the action steps we would like in Florida in terms of assistance and help from the LNC. And of course, we have a lot of goodwill and a lot of volunteers that are attorneys, but they're not experts in ballot access or election law. And so that's any way to any recommendation on how to organize these attorneys like useful legal aid association essentially would be welcome. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you, Hector. Any questions about the resolution? Yes.
So I guess you have a constitutional amendment that says ballot access is good or something like that. Do you know the language of your constitutional provision?
I can't provide it, but essentially means that it guarantees all parties the right to participate to have actual representation and ballot access. It's a little broadly written, but it's done so to protect all the parties involved.
Thank you.
If I can speak on it just for a second, Florida ballot access is so simple that if 3 of us wanted to create a new party in Florida tomorrow, we could, and then someone else could run for president. It's really that simple in Florida. We have the best ballot access in the country. We're very, very blessed to have that ballot access, and it's something that should be an example for all states. And hearing that candidates are cluttering the ballot for in Tennessee, I believe the legislature mentioned last last legislative session that putting more candidates on the ballot from the parties would confuse the voters. Obviously, this isn't the case in Florida. And Floridians are better off because of it. And so I think Florida really is the model for what we want to see in all 50 states.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes, Ms. Harless.
It's not a question for Mr. Roos, it's more debate on the motion. I don't know if that's
fine.
Okay. I'm going to vote for it, but I'm going to also say something. It's not a negative to the content of it. Just begging people in the future to please not submit resolutions that are like it defeats the purpose, to be honest with you. A lot of people are gonna read the first 2 paragraphs of this, their eyes are gonna glaze over. And it's not gonna have the effect that you want. Effective resolutions are like whereas, be it therefore. Really, that's about as long as a resolution should be. There's so much in here that is great, that could be a supplementary article, but I don't think this resolution is gonna have the effect that you want, because I don't think very many people are gonna read it because it's so long. It really should have just got to the, hey, we did this in Florida. I encourage other states that have these avenues to do it, be it therefore resolved. The Libertarian National Committee is committed to encouraging other states to take this route, because all these things about newspapers and this person and that person, I got lost reading it, and I love this stuff. I'm gonna vote for it. I'm certainly not gonna allow that to not have me vote for it. But just in the future, please, if you want these to be effective, they need to be a lot shorter.
Mr. Nana?
Yeah, I would have to echo that sentiment. And also, you know, just in general, on a personal level, I'm not a fan of resolutions that don't do anything. I think it's a feel-good measure. I think this is a great idea and we should be doing it, but we need to spend our time figuring out how to do it rather than passing resolutions that say, oh, we're gonna do this or we recommend this. Let's figure out how to actually get it done.
Okay. Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, so on that note, that was actually one of the questions I had. What was the process actually that got you to this point? In other words, what kind of teamwork and manpower did it take to accomplish what you did in Florida?
So back in every 20 years, Florida has called a constitutional convention. And so there's a group of people, and they travel around the state of Florida, and they take input, and they alone can actually pass constitutional amendments, not by referendum. And so we had a member who worked with other political parties to essentially go and lobby this commission and say, hey, look, this is why we need ballot access in Florida, this is why it affects us. And that commission back in 1997 did pass that recommendation to the Florida Constitution. So it is something that's enshrined at the constitutional level, not the legislative level. So it really does protect our ballot access in a really meaningful way. Obviously, every state's going to be different in how they might approach this, whether it's a referendum on the ballot or legislation or whatever it is. But we're very fortunate in Florida to have that constitutional reform committee that meets every 20 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the resolution? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may address a comment.
Sure. Then we're going to go to a vote.
Yeah. Just very quickly, the impression of the resolution is how much one person actually organizing from start to finish the process can build the entire coalition themselves, build the entire campaign themselves, and really the resolution is supposed to highlight that the people who are really ballot access warriors already are you can count them on as few, right? And the person who did all this, he recently passed away. But the point being is that is to highlight that all this can be done, and the question of the mechanism of how to get a constitutional referendum on the ballot has been answered by all the referendums that we've seen for candidates in the last couple of years. And so it's really the same type of coalition building that would take on that process. So that's really what I wanted to say. I'm sorry, the resolution is a little long for that matter, but I wanted to put it out there that of how much effort one person can do to actually achieve these the ballot acts in our exam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce. Okay, I'm going to hang up now since we're going to move on to a vote, but you are welcome to follow along on the stream, and thank you for calling in. All right. I will say I'm aware that the People's Party in Florida has filed a lawsuit. They're in litigation right now regarding ballot access. I talk with their chair, Nick Brana, pretty regularly. They're a great group, I think, to coalition with. Very, very anti-war. We have more in common with them than I thought, actually. They're They're, I like the Love and Green Party people. My personal opinion is People Party is a little more based, more aggressive. So let's go ahead and go to a vote.
Chase,
Do you mind doing a roll call vote for us?
I'm gonna have Chase do that, yeah, because this requires a 2/3 affirmative vote, so I don't think it can be by so please be nice. So, skip Angela. Add if you want to use my computer or yours, put a Y, no, or A, it'll automatically add it up. Yeah. Well, he's not gonna know who's Mr. or Mrs., so if he misgenders you, you're just kind of not.
Just say the last name.
Yeah, just say
That's what we're gonna do.
So you're, got no option. Oh, this one just so
Okay.
So skip Angela, and when it's two names like that, that means one's alternate, we're called first and not the second name.
Got you for Lord.
Yeah, Lord and Lady.
All right, we ready? Benner,
Yes.
Bowen,
Yes.
Duque,
Yes.
Eklund,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Elliott,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Gabbard,
Yes.
Gopian,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Nana,
Yes.
Nikayla,
Yes.
Watkins,
Yes.
Let's go ahead and put it down, but yeah.
McCarter.
Oh, I'll vote yes, so that it would be unanimous. Nice signal to our friends. Okay.
So 14.
Okay, 14-0, the resolution passes. Thank you everyone for working on that. Okay, so we're gonna stand at ease for about 5 minutes while staff gets ready to present their presentations, and then we're gonna come back and roll right into that. Thank you guys.
Okay, but I really wanted Chase to have to do nephew Messina. Yeah, Yanuskevich,
That'll be the next one.
It's really not that hard.
That's not our info.
I've been saying it my whole life.
Allen.
That is easy.
That's why they're all alternates.
That's hard.
I see, yeah, I know my place.
All right, well, I just signed out for blue.
Yeah, I got it.
I just signed up for my account yesterday, so I was doing that as we were doing this, because I'm like, as soon as they announced that, they announced that a bunch of people had called up companies that said, screw your ad, I was like, I'm in, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, if that's how that's gonna be, it's just that based on something, he hasn't even done it. This is just based off of speculation and yeah, he cleaned out. But, I mean, lots of people were saying that Twitter was bloated as far as, yeah, it's not. This happens to companies all the time. It's not really a political thing, it's a business thing. So same approach. Yeah.
Yay! Hi. We're back on the live stream?
Yep.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone who helped us with audio-visual challenges. We love a good surprise just to keep us on our toes, so this is fantastic. We've got a really great staff report for you today. Like I mentioned yesterday, we're going to be doing one cohesive report, and we've got several members of the team with us in town and on the phone. We're going to be giving you updates. Let me quickly introduce myself to anyone on the live stream or in the room who doesn't know by now. I'm your interim executive director. This is my very first LNC meeting, and it's an absolute pleasure to be with you all today and to be able to participate in this organization. So for those of you who don't know, Angela approached me and asked if I could step in as your interim director. I know that it's really important that we had great talent throughout our midterm season, and that becomes easier to find people once we get through the midterm. So I'm very happy to be able to step in, and I'm on sabbatical with Microsoft and their Civic League program right now, trying to make sure that we can really implement the amazing vision of an awesome new administration.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Oh, all good. We are rolling with the punches today. And so we've got a great presentation for you today, which I wanted to say thank you again for having me and the rest of staff here with you to be able to give some updates. And with that, Angela's going to be doing a little clicking for me today. Would you mind jumping to the next slide? We've got more or less 4 sections of our presentation for you. First, I'm going to be speaking a little bit about what I've learned since coming on to the staff. It's been a really great opportunity to have a fresh perspective and just understand what everyone does and what we're doing well. Then we're going to talk about all the areas that we can be growing and improving our operations as a team. And then we'll be talking about political impact, a little more on that in my opportunity section. And then finally, we'll be wrapping up with next steps and Q&A for everyone. So really looking forward to hearing all of your questions at the end. We'll try to make sure we jump through our 90-minute section as quickly as possible so we can maximize that. Also, I just wanted to give a quick heads up so that you all have the information here. We're going to be trying something a little bit different. Anytime you have a question throughout today, Drew's going to be taking notes on that, and we'll not only send you those materials to those questions, but if there's anything else that is a graph or a chart or a beautiful table that has all those detailed information, we'll be able to send that to you following today's call, including the things that you've asked questions about. We also have a substantial portion of our agenda today spent on budget, and at that time we'll compile, I'm sure there'll be tons and tons of questions that we'll send, be they private channels or public channels. So really looking forward to that, and if you want to follow along, we do an exec summary in the OneNote. So with that, Angela, if you wouldn't mind jumping to our next slide. Like I mentioned, I think like many of the people in this room, I am new to this organization. I'm actually new to the Liberty movement as well. Been a Libertarian my entire life, but got involved with the LP as a member and a volunteer just early last year. And it's been an absolute delight getting to know each of the different levels of our organizations, from how things work at the county level to the state level to how people try to work together around the nation. And then the most recent thing I've had the opportunity to observe is how this organization runs. I think everyone here has been learning how to optimize the LNC, and I've really loved hearing how you all are all working together to make sure that runs like a top. We at staff have to do the same thing. And so as I've been getting to know everyone in staff and understanding their roles, it's really clear to me that the #1 thing that we can do to enact all of the great ideas that we have around the movement is to really get everyone onto the same page and be coalescing around fewer and fewer ideas and doing fewer things well. So throughout all of the updates that you'll be hearing today, not only in this portion of the presentation, but also importantly in the budget discussions, just know that we're going to have 2 big themes of everything we do as staff. And this allows us to make sure that we're organizing teams really well and really cohesively. We're making sure all our goals align to this so we can have accountability and study if we're doing a good job or we're not doing a good job, and making sure that all the ideas that we're taking, not only from the LNC, not only from staff, but the amazing members and even growing people on the internet who feel like they want to comment on what's going on in our movement. There's a ton of ideas, but we're going to channel them into these 2 buckets. What are those exactly?
Well, number one, we want to grow. I know this is the number 1 and 2 objectives of the LNC that you all passed, those 6 objectives, and we'll be talking about that more in next steps in a moment. Growth is really, really critical to our movement. There are a ton of ways that you can measure this, and the easiest ones to think about are how we have revenue and how we have members that are involved in the Libertarian Party. And so we're going to be organizing one portion of the staff and all the different stakeholders that we work with into this team of growth and operations that not only figures out how you bring those dollars and those members in the door, but how do we do that really, really efficiently. So we as an organization want to make sure that as a not-for-profit, we are not only bringing in that money, but we are saving as much of it as possible so we can actually spend that on the thing our organization is designed to do. Which brings me to our next point. That's what we're here to do, right? We're here to catalyze freedom and have political impact. So we're essentially making sure that our one portion of our staff can focus on how do we grow, how do we do it efficiently, and how can everyone else do the other 2 things that we do really well. We directly drive goals and initiatives here at National. We do a lot of that with you and the amazing committees that you're all on. And then we also support a bunch of amazing people. So, of course, our members, our affiliates, candidates, voters, donors, there's a whole bunch of people that we touch, and we want to make sure that we're driving political impact that way. I know this seems like a really obvious and simple idea, but right now, we are not set up to run this way. The entire staff, the way we do things is very interdependent. So the good news there, it means we have a really collaborative team who works very well together. What we have as an opportunity though is when we're talking conversations and we're organizing ideas, we want to make sure that we are saying, okay, this is a project that's going to help us grow or get more efficient at growing, or this is a project that's going to help us move the needle and make freedom happen in America and around the world. And so really looking forward to having these 2 lenses as we all work together. And with that, let me flip to our next slide. We've got a couple of tools in our toolkit where we can do this, and you're going to be hearing about these throughout the day, and I hope this is actually very useful to us, not only today and over the next month as we're talking about budgets, because we have a lot of tools at our disposal in the Liberty movement to make change happen and improve organizations. So the number 1 asset that we have in the movement, in my opinion, is talent. I have moved down to here in Austin very recently, and in the change of going from tech to working in politics, I've gotten an opportunity to meet people who work in the other parties or in just, I should say, the ecosystems of the other 2 big parties. And a lot of times they'll say, wow, we're really excited about what you're doing. Like, this seems like there's a lot of energy in the movement. I'm really sorry that you're at a disadvantage because you're the 3rd party. And what I say right back to them is, disadvantage? We have all the advantages in the world. Do you know how many talented people are flooding into this movement and are ready to take any project on that they want to? Those are volunteers, and those are people that we can tap into that allow us to get a lot of things done that they could never do in the other 2 parties because they work like really canned industries, right? There's a corporate ladder that everyone's trying to climb. There's career trajectories people have to do. What I notice in the Liberty movement, people are so passionate and so willing to step in that they're just begging for stuff to do. And so that is really exciting. And as we talk later today, we want to make some formal investments in talent to hire people, to bring people on as contractors, to bring people on in other creative ways formally with the team, but also to engage groups of volunteers. So we'll talk about that a bit later, but talent is one of the number 1 things that we can harness, and it doesn't always have to cost something. Second, I know that we've been hearing a lot about our Razor's Edge migration yesterday and lots of other ideas of how we could improve processes, but one of the things we want to invest in that scales is tools. I won't belabor this point too much because we'll talk about it a lot later, but whether it's software or different ways that we measure things, Reed's got a lot of really great updates for that later today. We want to be investing in tools that are modern and look like what a free market business would be doing. So our team already leverages a lot of great tools, and we're constantly looking to optimize those. Next, we have, we have funding. So everyone knows this one. Cash is really important to get stuff done. We're going to be talking about this. The main thing I want to emphasize here is money is not the only way we get things done. Often just by making things more efficient or harnessing these other things, we're going to be able to resource what it is that we want to do. And then finally, and this is probably the most important message I could share today from my opportunity to observe the organization, the main thing that we can do to improve and do a better job for you as staff is focus. So if we had a #1 priority, I would say it's to prioritize things. I think everyone would agree for me that if we were just to spend a whole other week here in Austin, this group would never run out of ideas for how to grow efficiently and how to make more freedom happen in America. Our problem is not our ideas. Our problem is making those ideas happen one at a time by understanding, okay, this is the #1 thing we want to tackle, and this group of people is going to go do it. And here's the time horizon they're going to get it done on. Here's how we're going to check in on it. Here's how we're not going to get in the way of this other really important idea, which can be done in parallel. Or, you know what? This idea needs to happen before this one. So we, the staff, have been experimenting with bringing in processes where we stack rank priorities, and I'm really excited to work with the LNC even more broadly and how we do that with all of your committees without getting in the way of anyone, because we want to constantly harness the energy that we have. Big thanks to our chair, who we meet weekly and talk honestly daily, hourly to make sure we're doing this already, but we want to make sure we're doing this across the organization and really holding ourselves accountable to it as staff. So that's a bit of the overview of the lenses of what I've learned and how we've been thinking about what we're going to tell you. As a quick reminder from our agenda, next you're going to hear a little bit about our growth in operations. So if you don't mind clicking, thanks Angela. And again, as a quick reminder, growth in operations is really about bringing in revenue, bringing in members, and making sure we're doing that efficiently. Let me give you a quick rundown of who you're going to hear from today. First, you're going to get an update on development from our amazing development director, Gabby Cordova. And because development and revenue go hand in hand, we're also including Todd Hagopian to come give an update on how we are approaching revenue for the budget conversations later today. You'll notice that Todd is going to let us know all about how he's taking a much more trend-driven approach to the budget this year, and the work that Gabby has done, it really feeds into what we think is coming in the future. Then we're going to hear a little bit more from myself and Matt Hudson. Matt does a lot of our amazing graphics, but he's also a really good marketing talent, and he is going to show us some ways that we will be able to grow our revenue and our marketing strategies in the future. And then we'll also hear a bit about from Robert on our data processes. So with that, I want to welcome up Gabby and give her hand off to her to give us a report on how revenue is doing year to date and since our last LNC meeting. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you.
All right, go ahead to the next slide. There we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. I want to thank our LNC, our guests for sitting around for the whole day. Thank you for being here, and those of you watching virtually. My name is Gabby Cordova, and I am your development director. So, as you can see, our year-to-date total and fund revenue have, so as far as year-to-date, it is comparable with our last midterm election year in 2018. Pledge revenue has increased. And as far as July to October revenue, as you can see, we are lower than we were at 2018 and much lower from 2021. A lot of that does have to do with our average gift. I just wanted to turn back to pledge revenue real quick. A huge reason why that has increased are because of you. And I really quick want to thank those LNC members who have offered to bring in revenue. We have real quick. Dave, Martin, Miguel, Joseph, Carrie, Brian, Linnea, Rob, Robley, Karen Ann, Angela, Andrew, and Kathy, and Martin especially was called over 100 of our members to bring in renewals. So I want to thank you. And if any of you would like to make any calls, I know some of you have reached out to me the last few days. It really is helpful, and our members love hearing from the region reps and at-large members. So thank you all, really. With that, I will pass it on to Todd.
All right. For those on the phone, Todd Hagopian, treasurer. I'm going to give a brief update on the budget tomorrow, just so you guys can think about that as the staff's doing their reports. We have come up with a $1.7 million revenue target for next year. That'll, of course, also be the expense target. So $1.7 million is what to keep in mind. We did that based on a comprehensive review of the last 4 years of non-convention revenue per member. So basically taking away convention revenue and looking at how much each member averages paying. We found that average goes in a pretty tight range. It was between $93 and $110-ish per member per year. So we chose $100, which is right in the middle of the range. The reason I say that is because this is not what I would call a conservative budget. This is what I would call probably an accurate budget, unless we were to over-deliver. So I don't want people to have in their mind that we can go up from this number. In the past LNCs, we have gotten in trouble picking an expense line and then raising revenue to meet that. That is what I want to avoid in the discussion later. This number is 13% higher than the previous year in the cycle, 2019, and it is actually higher than the non-convention revenue for 2022. So it is an increase. So know that this is not conservative. We're going up. Revenue and expenses will not be straight lines this year. There will be logic applied to them. The reason I'm bringing that up is because we will probably backload expenses. So as you start to say that you want something funded, the second question is going to be when. And the idea there is if you need 50,000, but you don't need it till Q4, I need to know so we can move it till Q4. That way, if that number starts trending to 1.6, we can cut it. And if that number starts trending to 1.8, I know which things we didn't put in the budget that might be next. Okay. We approved the process. This is an additional step in the budget process. Typically, the treasurer and the executive director would come up with the budget. We would give it to the executive committee, and then they would present it eventually to the staff or to the LNC. You guys are coming in early with the staff so that we can do a little bit more, and I can see consensus in the room prior to coming up with that draft budget. Do I have a draft budget right now? Yes. You guys don't get to see it. I'm going to take a look at the consensus, and I'm going to adjust it based on what I think will pass and what I think will accomplish the goals that we all decide coming out of today. We have worked with the auditor to change the categories that we will be using. Thank you, Lainey, and thank you, Robert. We worked with the auditor to basically align with what Lainey has already talked about. So there will be administrative expenses, there will be salaries, and there will be professional services. Those are very hard to change, difficult to change. The things that we will be able to change are the growth and the political. Growth will probably be fundraising costs. Political will be things like core services and ballot access. So basically, candidate support and affiliate support will go in core services and giving us a little bit more flexibility inside the organization to make changes. The auditor is 100% on board and actually said that this will be better. This is actually more adhering to GAAP than previously. Those categories could change depending on the discussions today, but that's essentially what we're doing. The election is going to have significant impacts on the ballot access discussion, which is the primary reason that we're not showing a draft budget today, because I do not want people to get their hopes up. If that changes by 300,000, that will change. The one thing I do want to touch on is the focus that Lainey mentioned. This is going to be key. Everybody in here wants to focus on small, local elections. Everyone wants to focus on the presidential election. Everyone wants 50 state ballot access. Everybody wants to grow in fundraising. We can only focus on certain things at certain times, especially with the $1.7 million budget. So we have to decide what we want to focus on and what year we want to focus on that. And so I want you to keep that in mind. If we don't do something this year, it does not mean we don't do it next year. Okay. But we have to decide what we want to be in 2023. And at 1.7 million, it's not going to be everything. So keep it in mind. Just know that if your request can wait till Q1 2024, then hold that back because there's going to be more than enough requests for 2023. All right. Any questions before I hand it off to the staff? Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a quick one. So you mentioned an assumption of a 13% revenue growth. Is that primarily driven by the membership recruitment, retention, and recapture, or is there more to it than that?
Yeah. So in actuality, what we've done is used historicals So if the plan that Laney is coming up with does better than historical, which is what we're hoping, we can always amend the budget. We are not going to put in quarterly or whatever reviews. It is once we see that the budget is over delivering, I will come back to you and say, it appears that we're going to have $200,000 more. What do we want to do? And we will amend. But I have not built in operational growth above and beyond historicals because that is risky.
I think that's wise. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, did your conversations with the auditor result in any new chart of accounts? Or
Not just yet, but essentially I gave him what I wanted the chart of accounts to be, and he said those would be fine.
Okay.
But we are going to wait until after this and make sure that that's what we want to go with.
Okay.
So Robert's going to help us with that. Essentially, the major GLs are going to change. The minor GLs might not. Okay. But,
yeah,
the largest categories will be minimized, and it'll make it much easier. The one big issue we've had in the audit in the past is every little dollar being assigned to those major GLs. This will make that problem much easier to deal with.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Just obviously, I want to make sure that the auditor does sign off on whatever
Before we do
chart.
it, I'll loop you in, but he was pretty clear that this is going to be an improvement, not a detriment.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Thanks, Steph.
I'm going to speak briefly about what we're seeing on the bottom of the screen. Thank you, Martin, for the amazing tee up there. And first of all, thank you so much to Todd. When we were both onboarding, we worked extensively with our former executive director and Robert to understand how the process typically works. And we noticed that there is an opportunity to collaborate much earlier in the process. So Todd and I are meeting weekly. We're working closely with Angela to make sure that we can get as much analysis and partnership into that draft budget Todd is talking about ahead of today's meeting as possible. And I know we're doing things a little bit differently this year, but I hope what you find after today is everyone here will have an opportunity to talk about all their priorities, and then we'll be able to resource that and then provide you with a budget, purely budget conversation in December. So really excited about that, and Todd's done a lot of amazing work to innovate on the budget. Like he mentioned, one of the things that we're doing this year is we're going to start with historical, but we don't just want to do what we've always done. We literally want to grow it. That's the objective, is to hit record growth. And so we are going to be at the, to Todd's credit for identifying this in the past, and I believe a former LNC used something close to this. We're using a really simple model of the 3 R's of recruit, retain, and recapture. Because we've got so much content to do today, we're not giving you lots of charts and graphs on our membership and our financials from September and October. Those are all available to you on the list, and we'll be getting the final October financials out very soon. What we do want you to know is that we are going to be looking at all 3 of these tactics in order to grow. Essentially, we have a little bit of arithmetic when we look at growth. We want to be bringing in new people. We want to be regaining old people, and we want to be keeping the people that we have as easily as possible. And when you look at that, that's the way that the numbers start to stack up. Earlier today, Gabby spoke to you about pledge revenue growth and how that has grown not only from 4 years ago, the comparable year that we want to look at, but also last year. And that's a little bit of a credit to not only the current staff, but also the former staff. All the work that they've done to build on monthly recurring revenue and annual recurring revenue, that's one more person we don't have to call or text or email to get them to continue to donate. So kudos to the past staff and the current staff to building that number. We want to double, triple, quadruple down on that. And so in a little bit, I'm going to bring up Matt, who's going to let you know some of the ways we're going to do that. The other quick thing I want to comment on with this model, though, is we want to make it simple for us to all understand how it's going. So I really appreciate all the thorough reports that we provide to you. We're going to be taking a look at that to make sure they're a little bit easier to read, a little more self-evident, and not only for the LNC, who more or less is our board of directors and holds us accountable, but we want the members to know too, right? We want everyone to be able to get excited and look at a chart and say, we are growing, like this is awesome. So that is the objective for having this model. It's an easy way to have conversations, or if one of you has an idea, you can easily slot it into one of these categories so that we know this is something that's going to help us grow. And with that, I want to get you excited about a couple of ways that we can do that within just people we already have information for. So people who are already in our door. This is his first LNC meeting, and like I mentioned, we have Matthew Hudson on staff. He does amazing work for us on social media and with graphics on web. He's going to be talking a bit about how we can adapt these concepts into a couple of examples. And so with that, let's give him a big round of applause for his first LNC meeting.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me down. As Laney mentioned, I am Matt Hudson. I am happy to be in Texas, far from Massachusetts. Part of the things that Laney was talking about are the three R's: recruit, retain, recapture. And there's lots of ways that we can accomplish growth as an organization. And the theme that you're going to hear from us throughout the day probably is all around optimization of current assets. Excuse me. I tried to drown myself in a cup of water a few minutes ago. I haven't recovered fully yet, but in terms of recruiting new membership, the number one thing we need to do is improve our user experience on our website and reduce the friction that people get when they land on our site. Currently, we have a little bit of disorganization going on when people land on the site, and they may get to the membership checkout, they may not. We need to use optimized funnels. We need to use optimized campaigns that will drive people to focused landing pages based on the campaign that they're looking at. Help keep them engaged throughout the process. So, it's a new method really in the last couple of years of creating a journey on your website, right? So, if somebody's on social media reading about a certain campaign and they click through the website, you don't want to land on a page with 10 other processes. There are 10 other with 10 other different ideas. So focus campaigns with landing pages that will help keep that person engaged in the topic they care about, to create a journey to them becoming a member as they land on the website. Another thing we should look at doing is streamlining membership tiers, reducing the options, and redeveloping that page that allows a side-by-side comparison of those tiers so that people can know what they're getting before they're essentially buying into something. As we get to the retention bucket, part of growing is retaining what you already have, right? So we need to have focused campaigns that will help us convert our current members who are not in that recurring status to a recurring status. This will help reduce our dependencies, create efficiencies by freeing up hours that staff spends on this right now. As Laney mentioned previously, there's been a lot of focus on driving recurring status. But one thing that isn't currently in place is people still have the option to go on the site and become a single-time member, right? We really want to remove that option, get everybody signing up into the recurring status, and give them a way to opt out of that eventually. This does a couple of things. One, churn at the end of the year for our membership is largely because people either forget or don't have the time, or just don't go back and do it. It also takes up a ton of staff time, sending out emails, sending out text messages, sending out making phone calls, trying to get these people to renew. So we can get a lot of our time back and get a lot more efficient in that process. And to do that, we need to create a situation where comms and development is working together to get campaigns out on social media and other channels that will, like I said, is on landing pages that are relevant, and help convert these people into a recurring status. And in terms of recapturing members lost, it's basically a rinse and repeat for us. A lot of these efficiencies that we're creating are going to matter to the recapture bucket as well. And basically, I think consistent messaging, and the improvements that we have already going into place are going to help us get a lot of the long lost membership back. So that is it for me.
Sounds great. Perfect.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope that what everyone is excited about there is, I know things like removing the one-time donation option on a website are really sexy stuff, you know? But really what gets me the most excited, although I get excited about the more sexy stuff. The thing that I'm most excited about, what Matt and critically everybody on the team are bringing with these ideas, is that they're all low-hanging fruit, right? Like, there's so much growth happening in the broader movement of people that we can tap into. We want to make sure you know that there's probably 150 things about our website, our social media channels, our email that we know we can just adapt to modern practices and reduce a lot of the friction and improve a lot of the retention. We're actually going to be getting together all of staff tomorrow to the degree to which we can with elections happening and focusing all on these kinds of ideas to figure out how we can grow. Pretty much everything on our beginning to-do list is simple stuff. And that's not even the exciting things we can be doing with big marketing in order to bring even more people into the movement, wake people up, bring people into the party. And Dustin, I see you had a question.
Yeah, you talked about one-time donor button. You just mean, so like in Ohio, what we do is you go to donate, it's automatically an annual unless you click the box that says I think this is one time. Is that what you're talking about essentially?
Yeah, I know it sounds just as simple, but right now on our website, I believe the default experience is you go to the website, it says how much would you like to donate, and then if you don't change anything, you'll just donate the one time. It makes a lot of sense to encourage people. Yeah, we want to make it easy for people to donate to us regularly, right? So that's the objective, and there's a whole slew of things just like that that are very, very simple. For example, automating text messages to people, right? That's something that we've been able to do there. So it really is that simple. I know we're also working closely with Todd on what they've been doing in Oklahoma that's been really successful. I know Indiana has a bunch of great ideas that they've been using Civi to leverage. And so, hey, if you have any of those ideas, feel free to shoot them our way because we're trying to stack and go with them. Does that answer your questions? Great. Okay. Well, with that, oh, go ahead.
Very good question. What metrics do you have to, in terms of the one-time donation versus make this an annual donation, in terms of how much that scares people off because they're fear of getting to an annual donation? What research do you guys have into that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and that's one that Drew will be writing down to see if we can get you a better answer than something we can do on the fly. What I want to answer this with is actually the holistic approach. We're going to take things that, and actually to do that, let me share an example of a conversation Todd and I have been having. I know in Oklahoma, they've been experimenting with, should we even have annual recurring memberships? What if we only had monthly? And I'll come to you in a second, Todd. That's a pretty big decision to remove the opportunity for someone to donate annually. We don't want to rush into any decisions that are going to massively impact how we collect donations and how we let members get involved and give us signals. So what we're doing in general as a team is every single Friday we review how are we doing this past week, and we're experimenting with stuff in order to make sure that we're not rocking the boat too much on our financials. And so we are looking to a lot of modern best practices, especially in the startup world where they have to do this with digital tools. And we will be looking at that. But this is, I'd say, a well appreciated thing in the modern business community because it gives you really predictable revenue. Todd, did you want to add?
Yeah, the only thing I'll say, for anybody who might be about to ask a bylaws question, we know that there's bylaws implications, and that button will not be going away. I will say in Oklahoma until, and if anything changes, I will say in Oklahoma, we have now officially gone to a subscription-only model. You are not allowed to become a member with a one-time donation. Our average donation monthly is $16 per member, whereas our single donation is a $24 minimum. The minimum monthly is $3, and it is going to $5 by the end of the year. So we'll effectively have doubled our minimum donation to become a member, and we'll have moved everybody to monthly, we lose almost nobody in that case. And the ones that bring that average up to $16 are the ones that are doing $25, $50, $100 a month, who were not giving $600 donations in the past, but are now doing $50 a month because we've been pushing it. We have approximately 93% of our donations at this moment are coming in through monthly donors. So the idea is to get to that point before you ever take one of these massive steps, but it was a consistent 18-month effort to get there, and we just pulled the trigger.
Yeah, and by the way, thank you for giving us the opportunity to clarify. We're not trying to remove the ability for people to do stuff. We want to be able to allow everyone to engage with us, not only within our bylaws, but any way they want, frankly. All we're trying to do is make it easier on people who already want to give us recurring donations to make that their default experience. So, and many of other micro improvements there. And then I think Karen Ann. Yeah.
Only because I know that I love Libertarians. I know that the moment that came out that the threads have already been started about this is a bylaws thing. Let's super be careful, but also I like to bring some historical perspectives. The last time, and it could be a totally different situation, that the LNC really played around with things like this was an utter disaster. So before we look at that, I'm not saying not to try it again, let's try to find out why. They went to, I know it's a little bit different, but they went to a zero dues thing and like lost all of them, not all of them. I'm being, I'm like a libertarian, very hyperbolic, but it wasn't a good thing that happened. So I would urge extreme caution in this movement because a lot of the older members are very understandably gun shy. But I think I might have either misunderstood something before, like zoned out, or maybe you were joking and I just didn't get it. Because it said something about removing the one-time option on it.
I misspoke, and thank you for Mr. Hugo for clarifying to me.
I saw your
so
face.
that's a good way to No. So what I mean is, essentially, we want to make it easy for people to donate monthly or annually. It's actually convenience to a lot of members to be able to do this, so they don't have to like call us or email us and say, hey, I want to keep donating to you. So that's really what we're talking about, is making it easier to donate regularly, which is good for the organization.
And I have one other question.
My mistake to the threads.
Yeah, I just really wanted, I didn't want Zuckerberg to go, all of a sudden, what happened? All the Libertarians lost their minds. Is there any way to get this? There's one particular screen I'm very interested in having a copy of, so I didn't know if that was sent to the LNC.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me repeat. So we'll make sure that any of the relevant content is available to you. You have an executive summary so you can follow along. But we have many more pages of thorough content that we want to provide to you, and we also want to add your questions.
I wanted specifically that one that had the figures.
Yes.
Because I immediately, when we were talking about it, somebody had asked me, I'm like, that would be a great graphic to share on social media.
Yes, so we will be able to do that, and we'll make sure that that is included in the packet. We have even more information that Gabby has pulled in her very thorough report. That's even the pretty version of the figures. So we'll make sure that we have
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for cancel at any time. So I would have the first page when you say you're going to be a monthly donor, cancel at any time, right up top. In Georgia, what they do is we actually get an email on every monthly payment that says you can modify your subscription at this link, right? So it's every month we are told we can delete it or cancel it. And, I'm very cautious personally, so I always like to make sure it's canceled at any time, and almost always, it's never an exception to that. But that I'm paranoid, and other people are paranoid too.
It's a great point, and here's where I'm going to give another nod to Matt. What we want to be doing is make sure we're honing what's called user experience, or UX. There are a lot of ways to do this well. Lifecycle marketing is a field unto itself to be able to optimize. So think of it this way: how does Netflix do a really good job at this? How does the Republican Party do a really good job at this? How does the Democrat Party do a good job at this? How do they do a bad job at this? These are all kinds of places we want to look to for inspiration, and we want to make sure that people know, we can make it easy on them to, like I said, to contribute. That's really the main objective, and we don't want to get in our own way of directing people to donate less frequently, which basically will help with growth. And I know we've got a lot of questions about this. I want to stay on time. Maybe we can take one more and then we'll jump.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure maybe we confirm for the edification of the body that it sounds to me like, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're going to make the recurring subscription service the default rather than making the single, which I happen to totally endorse.
Yeah,
That make that, there always has to be an avenue for someone to donate one time, but
exactly.
the default should be, in my opinion, the default should be recurring, because that is really the way to raise money, in my opinion.
Let me give a great example about how this benefits users. I know many of the people here and many of the people listening got really engaged last year about participating in this year's convention. I made sure that I understood when the deadlines were to be eligible to be a delegate. I signed up, and I believe I did it accidentally as a one-time thing. If I wanted to remain a member, I'm now a lifetime member. That's great so I have that there. But let's say I had stayed in that one-time membership, it would be on me to figure out how I redo that, and then how do I do it on the right time? Do I do it 1 week before I did last year? Do I do it 1 day after? What does that mean for my membership? Like, that causes anxiety, and it's a chore. We don't want to do that for people. So that's really what we're going here, and that also benefits growth for all of us. And Todd, maybe
Just last question. Yes. So we'd like to make that auto recurring unless they flip it off, right? But even more importantly, people are more likely to call up, complain, and cancel after getting nailed with a $25 charge than they are with a $5 a month charge. So one of the other things we will be pushing is trying to get people onto the monthly subscription. It evens out our revenue better, and we have much less attrition. So that is going to be a focus. It just won't be the only way that you can become.
Right.
So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, and with that, I'll close this portion. We have another Q&A at the end. Please feel free to send questions there or any other time in the future. I think what we can all notice here is that there's a lot of enthusiasm to optimize things, right? So we want to make sure we're not, we're learning from the past. And to address another great point by Karen Ann, we have an amazing asset on the team, which is Robert, who's been with the Libertarian Party for years and years. He's seen a lot of these changes in how they perform well, how they haven't performed well. So we have a very specific wealth of knowledge in the staff, but we also have the best practices of all kinds of other organizations that we will rely on. We don't want to funk with the or mess with the levels too much that we're doing anything drastic. It's really about, hey, what's the low-hanging fruit we can do to make everybody's experience easier? And I hope what you're gleaning from this is that we want to operate like a business and offer a great experience to members as if they're our customers. So with that, it's a great opportunity to transition over to another staff member. We told you a little bit about in the growth and operations section how we're really doing 3 things. We want to optimize all of our funnels. We want to make sure we're creating a true membership. We want to give people concrete projects that they can actually donate to that tap into the passions that they have for the freedom movement. And we've been doing a lot of that this weekend, and we'll keep doing that. What Drew's about to talk about, this is also Drew's very first LNC meeting that he's visiting in person. Drew's going to talk to you about how we, again, don't want to rush into things or put things in from on high from staff. We're actually going to survey members, and we're going to understand what they're interested in so that we can offer a more true membership that offers people value. So with that, let me kick it off to Drew, and then Gabby, who will be giving us a bit of a heads up on how we offer a better membership experience versus just something you donate to once a month. Go ahead, Drew.
All right, how's it going, everybody? My name is Andrew Rhea. I specifically serve as the appeals manager on our national staff, and so I'm in the development department with Gabby, and I'm mainly focused on, how do we communicate to our members, to our donors, who are essentially the lifeblood of the organization. And so I really want to talk right now about, how do we drill down to our membership and really understand them so that we can provide them basically the best return on investment, right? There are a bunch of people across this country that already give to us, have given to us for years, but as Lainey has been mentioning, there are so many people who are flocking to this party and this movement right now, and they want to get involved, they want to help out, but they also have a vision. Everybody that comes into an organization has their vision for that organization, and so we really want to focus on making sure that we're listening to them, that we're taking their input, and that we're collaboratively moving forward together as one cohesive unit. And so I'm really looking forward to getting a lot of that feedback from our membership survey. We also are going to have a state leadership survey and a candidate survey. And, you know, we as a team are going to take that, look at that, and really cater our messaging, cater our strategy to the, you know, to the input of the organization. It's something I'm really passionate about and excited about. In addition to my development and fundraising work, I've also taken on some responsibilities with membership. And so not only, you know, renewal messages, the emails, the notifications that our wonderful folks get when it's almost time for them to renew with the party, but also, you know, just I'm in the info inbox as well. I'm sure some of you have heard about the email info inbox. And so I get to interface with people on that end. I also am now running our weekly member welcome hangouts for new members, which to me is like the best thing because I get to see people as they come in and talk to them. Like, what brought you here? You know, everybody has their libertarian journey, their libertarian story. And so these are phenomenal ways that we can not only, you know, build relationships with our new members, but also find out what brought them here. And, you know, if it worked on them, how can we get this out to the masses? How can we get people to see these things and get excited about these things, you know, if they've never heard of the party or they've never interacted with a libertarian before. I do real quick want to give a shout out to our phenomenal communications team as well. I've been in development since June of 2021. And one of the really exciting parts of what we're doing right now as a staff is development has taken an increased relationship with communications, which has been phenomenal to get to know Connor, Dave, Gary, who do phenomenal work. And I really can't thank them enough for all of the help that they provide staff with, and the rest of you as well. It's important. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Gabby. She's going to give you a lot more details about what we're moving forward to. I know it's a very exciting time, midterm elections, obviously this incredible meeting that we're having right now. So I really do think that moving forward, there's a lot to get excited about, and I just want to thank you all so much for having me and listening to my bullshit. So I'll turn it over to Gabby.
Okay, so we talked about, we're talking about monthly membership. So a big part about monthly membership is we have people giving one time at the lowest level, minimum, 25. They hear someone they like on a podcast and they go, I really love you guys, or they're so sick and tired of the duopoly. So they become members, but they become members at a very low level. We can turn them into monthly donors, you know, then it's easier to retain them. So offering true membership, we talked about surveys. We're also looking at new merchandise. Now, these aren't reasons why people give, but they are incentives. People give because there is something that they are passionate about, whether it's a project or political impact that we're making. So this past weekend, we've been pushing issue-based messaging, so people can vote with their dollars, as we're calling it, so they can donate to the issue that they want us to be messaging about. Something else, we have LP News, so our members can know what's going on. It'll be a year in review. And like I mentioned, really making sure that when someone first joins, whether it's a one-time or a monthly, making sure they are getting those targeted appeals that they want to hear what we're doing and that they can donate towards. So, thank you. And with that, I'm going to do facilitation for two other staff members who are on the phone and are going to be joining us in. Robert, how are we looking on AV to have Kara and Reed chat with us?
They should be right there.
Kara, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, let me give a quick intro to both of the two of you, and then we'll let you take it away. So as everyone knows, Kara has been leading our candidate support. She's working day in, day out with candidates around the country to make sure that they're not only prepared to run and excited about running, but that we are helping them out as much as we can before, during, and after the election. So like Gabby mentioned, we don't just want to offer membership to grow our membership in this neutral, sterile way. We want to be giving people things that they're excited about. And so two examples of that you're about to hear about are number one from Kara, who's going to go over candidate updates. And then second, from our communications director, who not only has been doing a lot to get the word out to grow our channels, but to get people really excited and gives them something that they're hopeful about, and it's really been doing a lot of good in the pool space. And so with that, Kara, I'll advance the slides for you, but wanted to let you talk first about our current position with candidates, and then about the activities that we're doing to support them. So I will turn it over to you.
Certainly. Thank you very much. So the numbers that you're probably most interested in is how many candidates are we running and how does that compare? So this year we're looking at about 668 candidates. We usually find out about a couple more candidates after the election, and that also comes as a surprise to their state affiliates. Usually a pleasant surprise. So out of that, you know, we have 60 some at the muni level, we have 100 some at county, almost 300 at the state legislature. Now you can see the numbers on there, but what's important about this is that we have a nice mix of these, and different candidates run at different levels for different reasons. We have our ballot access races, we have our municipal races and our county races, which are the ones that we can be more competitive in. But our other races are extremely valuable. So we need our candidates to run for state legislature. We need them to run statewide. We need them to run federal. And the reason why we need this is to support our political operation. We need the data that we're going to get from that at the precinct level so we can see where we are strong in each state, in each county, in each city. And that helps us decide, okay, there's a pocket of strong support here, we need to run municipal candidates. Okay, there's a pocket of support here, that's where we're going to focus our ballot access petitioning efforts for our presidential candidate in 2024. We get a ton of valuable information from that. So a lot of appreciation to all of our candidates for running to win, running to message, and also running to get us that incredibly invaluable data that we need to be prepped for the 2024 election. To put this into context, in 2018, we had 842 candidates running. We had 57 elected. So 38 of those were in local races, 19 were in county races. In 2020, we had fewer candidates run. We had just about 458 right in there. We had 32 wins, one state legislature win, which was very exciting, 3 county and 28 local. So we're looking to stay within that trend line. I don't see us deviating too much from that trend line on our win rate. So that's the really exciting part about the election. We are wrapping up right now. I'm hopefully finishing some of my last trainings with campaigns on how to marshal their volunteers at polls. Thankfully finished up all of the trainings I was doing to help campaigns get their texting, their get out the vote texting done. And I would like to thank those campaigns for being very patient and understanding that we had a lot of people trying to get in for some of these trainings. And so some of them are taking place at midnight, some are taking place at 5 a.m. So you have a lot of hardworking candidates and campaigns up there. We're wrapping up and getting ready to do our results. Thank you to everyone on the LNC and our volunteers who have picked their 20 candidates that they're going to follow, and on election night, right away when polls close, they're going to look for those election results and record them in the spreadsheet. And I do ask for the same process possible. One of the reasons is we are having the live stream coverage of the election, and they're going to be using that information to be able to record during the live stream. So we really do not want to leave our chair, our executive director kind of hanging in the breeze on that. We all need to be their support system so that we have a really good live stream product that goes out, and our activists watching across the country can be excited about our wins. And then we have a team that is going to be recording those results in the CRM. That is a much lengthier process, so be patient with us. we'll try to record the wins first because we know we like those to show up on the website. But we will get that information in there. And then we have the follow-up calls, which thank you again, LNC, for agreeing to help with the thank you calls to our candidates. We try to do that within 24 to 48 hours after the election. I am finishing the last 17 thank you cards for our candidates. I like to handwrite them a thank you card because if they can put in that effort to run, I can put in the effort to thank them properly for that. So that's some of the activities that we're wrapping up on the election. I do an end of year report. I will try to get an election report done within a couple of weeks so that you have that. But we're looking like we're going to have a really good election and that we have this organized well. Let's see, looking ahead, we're looking at, different activities that we have because we have the cycle that we're in. We are already in the 2023 and 2024 election cycle. I've been in that cycle for several months now. We're already recruiting candidates, getting them pulled in, all of that kind of stuff, looking at how we train them and their campaign teams, and looking at how we serve them, right? A mention was made of the candidate survey that's going to be coming out. This will be a change from previous, what we've done previously. So for those of you who are expecting a trending report from me on the candidate survey, we're going to close that out because we're doing a different type of survey and it's coming after the election. We won't have that trend analysis, but we will be doing a candidate survey. It's just going to be done a little differently. So, just be aware of that. For those of you who have been on LNC previously and are expecting it in a specific format. To let you know how I fit in on growth as well, because it's not just in the campaign area. I, 3 years ago, put processes in place so that anytime someone contacts me, they want to run for office, I check to see if they are a member. If they are not a member, I ask them to become a member because you need to be a member. And I bring in about 30 to 60 new memberships every year. And that was a fairly simple process change, but it's indicative of how small changes can have a good result on that. In my report it has, the other training and that kind of stuff that you can look through, but I'll stand for questions on this.
And I think possibly the best thing to do for time is to put all those questions towards the end. But maybe we can go quickly to, or do you already have, oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, very briefly. Kara Martunievich, first, thank you so much for all your hard work. I may have missed it during your presentation. What's our starting point in terms of our current number of public office holders, if you've got a rough number?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear his question.
I'll repeat that. And again, if we don't have that, this is always a good follow-up there. We just cover today. Karen, the question was, do we have a starting point of current elected officials? I know that can also be a little bit difficult to have a comprehensive number. Do we have
elected and appointed?
Okay, so you're wondering how many current Libertarians are elected as of today, right?
Or appointed, yes, just public office holders, that's the only question.
Oh, sure. So right now we have about 320 elected. That number is in a slight flux because we are having a little bit of a flux with some affiliates and our electeds. We do an audit though each year. We do it after the election, and then we go through and we make sure, do we have everyone correct? Are they still a member of the party, or are they, registered as a Libertarian? But right around 320 currently.
Thank you.
And again, if there's any other questions, welcome those at the very end, just so we can make sure we get through this on time. One thing I really want to commend Kara on is that, as you know, it's not just about getting candidates prepared, it's really about all of the operations that go on behind the scenes. So I'll give one more shameless plug to everybody in the room. If you've not already, please consider volunteering to help us on election night. A lot of LNC members have already done so, but that, like Kara, has been great to remind me throughout this onboarding process. It's really, really fun when people around the country can see the results ASAP, and we are putting together the best live stream we can for you to be able to celebrate that. And with that, I want to hand it off to another member of our team who has been through the ringer on the flights, you know, planes, trains, and hurricanes. He tried to take it over to get here, but this would be his first meeting with us as an LNC. As many of you know, we've brought in a new communications director, Reed Cooley. I'm going to make a brief comment here to tee Reed off, and then he'll be able to tell you, along with any other members of our social media team who formed a special committee here, the reason why we are organizing communications into this portion of the update is because marketing is one of the best tools we have as a minor force here in the country to be able to do high ROI political impact. So I know everyone here understands why ballot access is important to moving the needle on freedom. Everyone here understands why candidates are really important. It's just as important that we are thinking really creatively and strategically to improve our channels and our marketing. I know we're constantly doing amazing wins and looking to get better, but that's why we want to, we're really lucky to have Reed with us who can think creatively and do that. So he's gonna walk us through some updates there, and Angela and I will do our best to make sure the numbers match what Reed is saying while he's rolling with the punches on the phone. With that, would you mind looking to our slide on the news coverage, and Reed, feel free to take it away.
All right, thank you, Amy. So, first off, everybody, I am so sorry that I could not be there with all of you this weekend. I wanted to more than anything, but evidently the weather had other plans. It's a nice weekend with all of you in Austin, Texas. I've gotten a long scenic view of two very dreary looking airports that I haven't been but I am thrilled and honored to be your communications director. Thanks to the amazing work of all the hands on our communications team, including our volunteers, we've already started to see some results which excite me, and I can tell you these results are only going to get better. But once again, none of this great work could happen without all of our volunteers. Being a volunteer on this team can feel every bit as demanding and time-consuming as a full-time job. I, as the communications director, am responsible for ensuring that all the trainings are running on time, but it's really the volunteers that roll up their sleeves and do much of this work directly every day. I want to start by sharing some top-line results of success. I believe the following metrics might have already been shared with many of you, but in August, we doubled the amount of earned media that the party was gaining. That's a 640 earned media hits in July compared to 1,250 in August. Then in October, we earned 2,169 earned media hits, double the amount we earned in August, which was double the amount we earned in July, meaning that in 3 months, we've actually quadrupled the amount of TV, radio, print, and online coverage the Libertarian Party is earning. I just want to say one more time that this is just the beginning.
And Reed, we're going to hold our applause on that because that's incredible. So yes, please thank you.
You guys can't see it, but I'm taking a bow, right?
Yeah.
So to get some more insight into what this success really looks like and some of the day-to-day work that's causing it to happen, I'd like to provide a few brief anecdotes. So whenever most Americans tune into the media, whether it's watching a couple of talking heads bicker at each other on TV, or we find some written article with a headline that captures our interest, the only two political perspectives that we find are typically those of the Republicans and the Democrats, right? Usually some White House official, some ranking congressman, or some party spokesperson for the new office. Part of what we've introduced to the communications team is designed to change exactly that. With the goal of ensuring that when Americans tune into the news or read that article, maybe over their morning coffee before going to work, there's a substantially higher likelihood that what they're finding in the press includes our party's vision for America. To do that, we've actually had to bring an understanding about how the media works to the table, and we have to start communicating with reporters in a timely fashion. Even deeper than that, this really requires strategically building relationships with the media over time. This is when we've introduced a procedure for getting Angela, obviously our party's main spokesperson, included in the media. Because this consists largely of building relationships with the media, we simply call this our media relations program. Now, for the media relations program to work, we have to remain on top of what's called the news cycle, aware of what larger audiences of Americans might be thinking about in that given time when it comes to politics. And we have to identify areas inside those news cycles for the party to comment on those events that people care about when they care about them. So from there, I coordinate with our chair, Angela, to draft a statement encapsulating the party's position on that current event. And then within a matter of minutes, we can distribute it to hundreds of targeted media contacts, the process I'll elaborate on in just a second. So because of our party's relationship with a media monitoring service called Meltwater, Wakey and I were able to negotiate basically a new series of capabilities and really new contracts with this company. That is allowing us to sort out media contacts, that is to say reporters, TV bookers, radio show hosts, whatever kind of media professional we need to get in touch with at that time, according to factors like what they're currently reporting on, where they're geographically located. What we can do once we've built the targeted list according to that specific story and our particular strategy for that particular media relations outreach. Sorry about that. What we can do is we can get that statement out in a matter of minutes through Meltwater. One of the great examples of this media relations program achieving success happened during the week of October the 17th. There was a current event that week. So House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says that America should not be issuing blank checks to Ukraine. Said that publicly. Suddenly, every mainstream TV network and every major newspaper in America was debating over whether America should keep sending foreign aid to Ukraine. And if so, how much? Once I took note of this, I contacted Angela and said, look, this is an opportunity. We have got to get the Libertarian Party's position on Ukraine out there to the public, and this is a chance to do it. So we got the Libertarian Party's position on Ukraine because of that, included in Newsweek magazine, the Associated Press, and the Washington Times. We also got Angela on 2 radio shows to discuss this issue. One radio show in North Carolina and the other in North Dakota. So given that the combined circulation of Newsweek, the Associated Press, and the Washington Times is over 100 million combined, it's perfectly within reason to believe that 3 million Americans might have seen Angela McCardle talking about the need to end the war and call foreign aid to Ukraine, instead of just pro-war, neocon, or neoliberal points, arguing for the exact opposite. When we talk about some of the great examples of what communications has been able to achieve since I got here a few months ago, they don't end there. So one of the things that people have wanted to see since before I came on board, has been good video content. We started to build the demand for premium quality video by bringing in our graphic designer, Matt Hudson, a bit closer as the communications fold. In doing so, we've created some amazing videos sharing with our audiences what the libertarian positions are on issues like the Patriot Act, the Department of Education, inflation, and war. And on September 1st, we published a terrific video promoting 6 of some of our greatest candidates. That said, in a few months that I've been on this team, some more challenges have become apparent. The biggest one, in my opinion, is that some areas of our platform are a lot more difficult to message than others. Yemen is probably a great example. It's probably the greatest example there is. So inflation has been the top issue on Americans' minds since March of this year. It's simply easier to meet people where they're at on inflation, and perhaps even Ukraine, than it is with Yemen. The vast majority of Americans are unaware of the genocide in Yemen, but given that this party is mission-bound, talk about Yemen, to get it out there to the American public and talk about what an absolute tragedy it is, that should not stop us from actively making the case for why it deserves to be paid attention to and why action is desperately needed on it. So learning how to message on certain issues like Yemen, which as bad as it sounds, is just never going to be at the top of people's minds in this country. Learning how to message on those kinds of issues in order to reach the maximum number of Americans possible is a challenge that in the future is going to require some experimentation, some A/B testing, and some consistent reflection moving forward. In conclusion here, I want to emphasize how excited and optimistic I am for the future of communications with this party. Last week made 3 months that I've been here, and for even less time we've had Laney. But I know that we will soon have some incredibly exciting times ahead for communications. As I said, I suppose I'll take things back to Laney.
Thank you so much, Reed. And again, I'll just remind everyone, welcome you to ask questions in just a moment when we go to Q&A. Two other things I want to comment on here. Number one, Angela and I have cycled through a couple of charts. I know it's probably difficult to see in the room. Everyone should know that by far our communications report is the most detailed and thorough. It has lots and lots of math. So I look forward to sharing that with you so you can read through at your leisure. Just like we had mentioned earlier in the recruit, retain, recapture model of how we want to simplify things and really find the right metrics to look at. That's really important to Reed and I as we are trying to give you all updates on our messaging success. So there's been a lot of amazing things. I know everyone here can get excited about that word quadruple. That's easy enough for today, but there's lots of nuances of how we want to make sure we are hitting the right message and honing it over time. And that's one of the biggest projects we're going to be working on in the next quarter. With that, I want to close off with some more comments with political impact. We'll talk a little bit about next steps and then go into Q&A. Let me quickly advance the slide here. What you've heard today now are 3 examples of how we are trying to drive political impact. We want to understand our members, we want to understand our affiliate leaders, we want to understand our candidates and make sure that we are providing them the best resources and experience, that they feel like they're a true member and participant of the party. We are obviously doing a lot of amazing good things with candidates, and we're using marketing as a tactic, right, to really get the word out and get people excited about freedom. There's a lot more we can be doing with political impact, and there's a couple of investments I want to put on your radar so that not only everyone here in the room can think about that for later today, but all of our membership can think about the ways that we are doing this as a team. So number one, we want to make sure that we're translating all that energy, all those ideas of political action into concrete projects that can move the needle. Reed mentions a really great point about Yemen. I hear from a lot of activists in the space about anti-war opportunities, and we've tried to respond really nimbly to those in the past quarter. What we're finding is the more lead time we have where someone can sit down as a strategist and go, you know what would really change America on our position in Yemen? What if we did this, we did this, we did this? We want to make sure it's not just a group of people throwing ideas out and saying, what if we did this this weekend? We want to empower people to sit down and think about it, and that's all they think about as a strategist. And so we want to make sure we are working on these concrete projects that can move the needle. We already have a bunch of these going. For example, yesterday we heard a lot of great reports on ballot access, for example. That's something that's off and running. There's a lot of issues that we are working on that could benefit from the same type of strategy. So to do that, number 2, we want to harness volunteers, and we want to recruit and empower teams of volunteers to work on national political impact projects. This could be related to an issue, or it could be related to things like helping us hone the way that we handle data. We already have a bunch of teams that do this, particularly in the CRM and data space, but we want to open it up to more members so that they can find a way to connect with us. And to do that, we are going to be building a portal where people can essentially announce that they're interested in being a volunteer. We already have a place you can mention you're a volunteer, but it's not something that we act upon. So we're going to be doing a bit more investment in that, which works particularly well for political action ideas, as opposed to projects like, let's say, running our core infrastructure, right? That's stuff we want to have staff doing because it's mission critical. It has to work day in and day out. But thinking about creative ways to fight the state, that's something anyone can do, and we want to give ways that can happen. And just so you can imagine, as we're bringing in more volunteers and more ideas, we still want to keep that focus. So number 3 is really critical, and I just want to make everyone aware of this as we're talking about how we leverage talent. We'll go into great detail on our org chart later today, but just as a quick heads up, as we are hearing about all these projects we could be doing, we want to look across them, plan ahead, and then air traffic control them so we can feature the right ones at the right time in one big party cohesive structure without sacrificing any of our beautiful decentralization that we love as libertarians. Big shout out to our chair. She is really doing an amazing job doing this naturally today. A lot of our strategy around what we do and when has been handled by her, and we want to keep fleshing out people who can make sure that we are doing activism, building coalitions, creating opportunities to do great messaging, all the amazing things that we can do. We want to do that all in one calendar that's very organized. So with that, there's a lot more we can be doing with political impact, but I hope what you're seeing today is that we are starting to think about it as a big multifaceted strategy that we can tackle. And I know we're coming up at about 13 minutes left, so I'm going to give a quick roundup of a couple of actions that we told you about today, and then we'll jump into questions. If you don't mind going 2 slides ahead. I just wanted to put up, oh, that's very difficult to see, don't worry, I will read it for you. All the goals that you passed in a couple months ago that we want to tackle during the administration of this LNC and relate back to you what staff is doing in the near term to act on these. A lot of what we talked about today, we've already, interfaces with not one, but maybe multiple of these objectives, but let's just go through them one by one so you're feeling reassured that we are working on it and we're giving the body opportunities to work on it. So number 1, regain the Project Archimedes membership levels, and actually number 2, expand our donor base. A lot of these go hand in hand. One of the most exciting things that we're doing starting tomorrow is we're sitting down as a team, we're getting all of our ideas onto a board, and we're sorting out, okay, what are the number 1 things we could be doing to grow in November, December, January, following the midterm elections. We already talked about those at length today, a lot of those ideas, but really working on how we can recruit, retain, and recapture. We're also going to be making a lot of exciting investments in talent here. And again, we'll talk about that, I think, in an executive session later today. But in general, we want to make sure that we are going after growth aggressively, and that includes measuring it and figuring out what we're doing better, or what we're doing so we can do it better. On top of that, we know we want to expand our affiliate support and expand our candidate support. We have 2 really great committees who work on this as well. Something that we can do as staff in the immediate near future is to furnish everyone with data and make sure that the members and affiliate leaders feel that they're being heard and they're being reached out to. So we're going to give a pretty exciting, aggressive survey where we're letting people know we want to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly about your experience and your ideas about how we can do it better. And we'll make sure we're furnishing the appropriate committees with that. And same goes for candidates. You're going to be hearing some great ideas from Angela a little bit later of some things we can be doing with that. But in general, we're going to start with that survey with staff and then go into how do we do an off-cycle year to make the most bang for our buck. And then finally, I've got exciting updates on these last 2. So the first one, perform market research so that we can do targeted outreach and better understand our target demographic. As Drew mentioned, we know there's people already in our orbit that we can be surveying, but how about everybody else outside of that? We want to understand the people who are easiest and cheapest to reach, which is anyone who gets our email, but we also want to be doing a targeted study on how we can be growing the movement. That involves understanding things from a marketing angle and from a what it is we do angle. So that's kind of a phase 2 that we'll be working on in the end of the year. And then finally, further develop our voice so that formal communications, development, and social media can be more in alignment with each other. I'm really pleased to report that I observed very naturally that our development and communications team work extremely well together, as Reed touched on. So already this is starting to happen organically, but I'm also working with a volunteer who's actually with us today in the room, Anna Johnson, to figure out how we can be making things even more cohesive and understanding a formal brand profile. So we're going to be working on this with a lot of different members of our team. But we want to make sure that every single channel feels like the same person is talking out of them and just overall updating our voice. So a lot more to come on that, but that's what you can see from us in the months ahead. And just wanted to make sure you know that this is important to us in addition to all the other frameworks we talked about today. We've been talking a long time. I think we got 9 minutes for questions, so feel free to shoot those to me and I'll pull up any other members of the team if they're the better one to address that. Want to go to Q&A? Awesome. Thank you guys for listening so intently during that time. So with that, do you have any more questions from the room? Just a stretch from Dave Benner?
Sure, and these don't have to be a right now answer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we guys root for. It's amazing.
The first question is how we are defining overall earned media Reed's presentation. I don't read it now because I'm sure it's a complex formula, but as long as we get that.
No, that's a great point. So I'm going to touch on that a little bit now. And like I mentioned, this is the ambition that Reed and I have. This is extremely important to both of us, that what you measure is just as important as what you message. So we want to make sure we're doing that correctly. Earned media is a technical term, so let me describe that real quick. We have basically 3 different types of media that you can have as a marketer. One is what they call paid media. That means something you pay for. Very obvious right there in the name. The second is owned media, and that means a channel that you control. So anytime we put something out on our Twitter, right, we control that channel. Earned media is what other people say about us without us being able to influence them. So we're not paying them, we're not forcing them, we're not doing it on our own channel. They're doing it of their own volition. So examples of earned media are classic things like press. And so Reed has done a lot of great work here already. It also includes when things go viral or when people react to it. Sometimes we do account, Twitter metrics, for example, in our earned media. But even more importantly, it also includes word of mouth, which happens online and offline. So earned media, really simply, it's about getting people excited about what we're doing, and they talk about it of their own volition, whether they're a corporation or an individual. That answer your question there?
And
we want to give you a nice mathematical one.
That's all I'm looking for. Thank you. I love that stuff.
Awesome. Oh, did you have another? Oh, go ahead.
I did, but please go ahead.
Well, no, I just want to amplify that question. As we all know, the media cycle and specific events precipitate earned media. So I'm just as interested in the timeline of, if you will, and maybe just pick out a specific period of time as to what events potentially drove, for example, the Ukrainian war statement.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Angela, go ahead. So I work really closely with Reed and Lainey pretty much every day. I work with both of them. So the format is usually Reed will contact me and he'll say, something is happening right now in the news. I need you to write a quote. And so I'm like, okay, I'll get it to you within whatever, 30 minutes, an hour. I write it up, I send it to him. He might make edits, suggestions, whatever. I okay it, I make changes, I send it, he sends it off. And then that usually generates immediate interest. So that will generate it in a few different ways. And there's probably more ways that Reed knows that I'm not even aware of. But from what I hear is it gets quoted in the newspaper, and then that newspaper might pass it off to somewhere else. And so another paper, they'll either reference Newsweek or they cite something else. It'll generate interviews for us. So the media calls me. So I've had interviews with Associated Press, Newsweek. I can't honestly remember them all. In the last couple of weeks, it's been almost 2 a day. So it's really intense. And then it will also generate interest in going on to someone's show. So whether that's Austin Peterson or local radio in Louisiana, or whether that's Robbie Suave on the Hill. That's how we work with the earned media cycle. So when I'm thinking about earned media, that's the role that I play in it. And we write an op-ed. So I write an op-ed once a week, sometimes up to 2. Send it to him, he edits, sends it out, and we try to get them published everywhere.
Right. Excellent. I just want to point out that the level of, and the statistics don't lie, the level of media focus that we've been able to attain, particularly in the last 120 days, is exponentially higher than the sum total of media that we've gotten in the last 10 years.
And I think there's 2 reasons. One is, well, Reed is really skilled at this, right? And the other is I'm very responsive to what he needs. And I'm an experienced writer as well. So you have a really good team here. And under Lainey's direction, as they continue to build out that team and with more volunteers, it really does help.
Another compliment to Angela on this, we're lucky to have not only someone who's a great leader and manager, but someone who's a great spokesperson. Our appeals team that does a lot of really good analysis behind the scenes that didn't even get to touch on with you today about what emails work really well. And what they found is time and time again, first person really, really helps. So if we apply that insight to the news, when we have a great spokesperson or great spokespeople, I know a lot of you do this too, and we've got a lot of people outside the formal party who do this, that generates a lot of attention. So thank you to Angela for being such a great spokesperson. I think I know we'll go over this later, but I would be remiss if I didn't say, if you ever want to write a first-person appeal, that helps, and our appeals team could use you. Yes, sorry, I want to make sure I'm going in the right order. So you want to go next, and then we'll kind of go down the list.
I heard the other day that we have a membership at the National Press Club's name.
Pardon me?
Did someone say we have a membership with National Press Club?
Not anymore.
Mr. McKeown.
Yeah, we had it for years. I don't know if we still pay for it. Mr. Crowley's going to use it for a very long time. Robert probably knows that.
That's
pretty canceled.
Great. And I'm not familiar on exactly what function that does. What I will say, Reed briefly mentioned this tool called Meltwater. Essentially, it works like a Rolodex where we're able to contact all kinds of media contacts, and it does amazing things for us in terms of measurement to understand every time we're mentioned on the internet. And we're making a bunch of other investments we'll hear about later today too. I'm going to go down this way and then we'll go back to Dave. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Not that I want to be like the two major parties in any way. One thing that the two major parties are very good at doing is turning some of these issues that we've talked about, some of these emails and some of this earned media into fundraising opportunities.
Yeah.
And turning the fundraising opportunities, unfortunately, they have to be done kind of almost in the news cycle. So I didn't know if you could talk to whether that's being discussed, whether that's being done, what our plans are to take advantage of that, because I know past administrations in this party had no clue how to do that.
It's a great question. Let me tell you a little bit about what's going on. We could have a whole hour-long discussion just on this topic. So let's just say, let's keep talking about it over the next couple of months. None of us are going anywhere. We all have each other's information. So right now, our social media, or not our social media, our communications team has a rigorous process where they balance two things. One is being reactive and being really up on current events and understanding what's going on so they can seize on moments when something's trending on Twitter or when people are talking about something, when something big happens on a podcast that's very adjacent to us or relevant to us. All that reactive work goes well. Angela just gave some great examples. On top of that, we know that we'll be able to drive the narrative, and we want to do that. We don't just want to react to the news. We'll be able to do that the more we understand moments in time that we will be really effective. So Reed has been working with the development team to outline a calendar of events that we can reasonably predict will generate a lot of interest, and we've been kind of taking baby steps at working on that. It's worked really well with appeal emails. We want to expand upon that. So I talked a little bit about recruiting more people who are volunteers to think about that, working on a strategic sort of overall plan. The more investment we make in this, the more we'll be able to do, but we've already started to work on this. What that means for the future is we want to be really good at reacting nimbly to the news and making sure fundraising can be a part of that. But the best impact we're going to have is when we are the ones setting the frame, and we are the ones who are getting proactive. A tangible thing that we are doing in the very next week is we are partnering with a firm to work on growth for an end-of-year fundraiser. This firm I'm really excited to work with. They've actually worked with campaigns all across the freedom ecosystem, and in their presentation they said exactly this thing where they were able to prepare channels in advance so that a candidate they were working with was called out in the news by a rival and obviously did not plan that interaction. But they were able to fundraise hundreds of thousands of dollars because they had everything set up and ready to go, and they had a team who could act on it, just like Angela. So, yeah. Great.
Thank you.
All right, Andrew, you're next. We'll go back to Dave.
So I really like the change to the monthly subscription. It's such a simple change, and you can more than double what you're bringing in. I guess this is more of a technical question because I don't know, all the little stuff about tech or the CRM or anything like that, but some states like Virginia that are on the CRM can use the joint membership thing option. If a state on the CRM wanted to do the same thing, do the monthly subscription, maybe they wanted to do a joint monthly subscription. A problem that we've had, at least this past year, we owe over $1,200 to National. Is there a way to kind of keep that from happening, keep an affiliate from having to worry about, sending the funds that they owe to National for those joint memberships?
That's a great question. I'm going to comment briefly, and I'll go to Robert. Overall, we want to make sure we are triaging issues like that in the same way that we're prioritizing projects. We want to triage and slot those issues into that, week-to-week, day-to-day activities. So number one, if there's an issue there, it's probably something best dealt with the details of our CRM team. Robert, did you want to comment on anything there? Yeah.
We've been encouraging Virginia for about the last few years to get on our national program. So the money flows down to you all, to Virginia, versus the money flowing up. We find on our current joint program where it's much better, it's completely within the CRM. And I send a check at the beginning of every month for the prior month. And we're working on a way where we can actually split it so that you would automatically be paid and we would automatically be paid. For our part, you can be paid. For your part, it's just a matter of paying a consultant to set that up, which will make it a lot easier for both of us to be paid. But the states that are currently actively participating on our joint programs, such as, especially California, for example, you know, it's done very well. Iowa just started, that's doing very well. And the reports are automatically generated and I send the money forward at the beginning of every month. So once again, I encourage Virginia to get onto the national program, join the program instead of their own. And so that we don't have to wait literally a year or more for money from Virginia.
I'll give them a nudge.
Awesome, and it sounds like something that can be followed up offline, but thank you for articulating that. Did that answer your question there? Awesome. And I think we're going to go to Dave as our last question, and then we will wrap up there.
And we'll be quick, so
yeah,
thanks for all the presentation. My question is actually for Mr. Korea. You had talked about your weekly meetings of new members and learning about people's libertarian journeys, which has to be exciting. So I'm just curious, just, out of sheer curiosity, what are some common themes people have been saying in the last months since this new term began, essentially?
People are really just excited about people are really excited about the direction that we're going as a party, and also just about the movement. People are excited to get involved, and that's why I really try to get to where they want to be with the party. We have so many opportunities. We have local opportunities, state opportunities, national volunteer opportunities. So that's where I try to gauge their interest, and they're coming from all over the place. Really, I mean, a lot of prominent members speaking about the party in podcasts and other forms of media, coming from Angela's op-ed articles that they read. So really just, I think the more involved we are, the more we're out there telling people, hey, if you want to be a part of this, we have all of these different opportunities for you to get involved. I think the better off we're going to be. And every time we're out there and our people are out there doing that, we see a big influx. We see people coming to Member Welcome Hangout saying, hey, I just watched this, I just saw this person, I met that person. And they're like, you have to join the Libertarian Party. And so I'm here. And so it's really a cool way to kind of figure out where people are. I definitely encourage everybody. If anybody's watching this and they're thinking about joining the party, join the party. And then come to the Member Welcome and tell me that I was the one, because I think
Just real quick, are LNC members welcome on this call to participate?
I actually really want to talk to Lady about this in our long-term strategic planning coming up soon. I would love to have anybody, especially LNC members, come to these member welcome hangouts. If we can get a solid, concrete, long-term calendar where, hey, maybe in a month, Pat Ford's going to be on, maybe, the next week when we have Dave, when we have Angela, then we have everybody. Not only can we broadcast that out from the party and advertise it to our members, but then you all can go to your members. And I'm sure you have people that you're working constantly, that you're on the fence, they're on the fence, they want to join the party. Here's a great way, join the party and then come hang out with me on Member Welcome Hangout. I really want to leverage as many networks as possible to try and boost that program and continue to get new members.
Awesome, and I know I want to speak on that real quick. I just want to make sure in terms of time, do you want to keep doing questions, or
we're good for about up to 5 minutes.
Up to 5 minutes, awesome. Well, so let me just say one other thing to tie into stuff. So Drew is on the front lines, like you mentioned there, Dave, being able to listen to new members, and so is Gabby. Gabby talks to all of our donors, and something I love about Gabby is in every single conversation we're in, I'm very busy and strategic, and I'm like, what if we are launching this fundraiser or that fundraiser? And she's always reminding me, hey, the number one thing we want to be doing with donors is listening. So Gabby also hears a lot of what people are interested in and excited about in the party. And one big reason that we're doing these surveys is Gabby and Drew, they're on the front lines hearing from people. We want to be able to quantify and kind of show you the shape of what people are interested in, how they're hearing about us, et cetera. So I hope the survey data can do that for you. And thank you again, Gabby, for always making sure about what donors are interested in, and actually what we want to sell them. So with that, let me just make sure again.
We have a question from Karen, and then if it's all right, I'd like to take a question from, it's Dustin back there.
It's more a couple of comments with the I'm sorry, I'm so losing my voice. With the welcome hangouts, there used to be regularly LNC members that would give a presentation on how to get involved, like have a whole spiel on how to get involved, and I thought it was really helpful. That was something that was done in the past. I heard earlier, and this is probably true for most, that the t-shirts or whatever gifts we give out, I just anecdotally, the only reason I'm here today is because you guys gave me a damn t-shirt. Like I joined the party on a whim one day, and then I saw a Facebook ad for a t-shirt, and I'm like, damn, that's a sweet t-shirt. So I only signed up for National for that t-shirt, and really everything just catapult.
I don't want to spoil anything. We have a,
but I don't underestimate. People on base, they do see, and they're like, if it's a good shirt, they're like, damn, I want that shirt, so don't, the shirts are a good hook. But lastly, have you guys considered, because we started to do this a couple terms ago, but then it kind of fell through the cracks. If there are more regional or local news outlets that want a comment, that sometimes if you're like, and I'm just going to pick on Pat Ford, like say it's a news outlet in Rhode Island, you go, hey, can I hook you up with a national committee member that's from your local area? Because a lot of time these local news like to hear from a local person.
It's a really interesting idea, and that's why I brought up this point about first person appeals really succeeding. Angela's been doing an amazing job as a spokesperson. How do we figure that out?
It depends on what area it is, and sometimes I do pass them off, and I've suggested Dave Benner a couple of times. Because we tend to get more, right now at least, more local news interest from that part of the country.
Oh, it happens,
Yeah, and I think what's important there is not only are we figuring out how we can scale, we only have one Angela, but we still want air traffic control, so it's great that we're making sure that.
I just run it all back through.
Right.
People ask me, do you want to do this interview? And sometimes I have a conflict, and I'm like, I think that, why don't you try Dave or even Stephen DeCayla, depending on where it's at, the region,
and then, so I guess let's go to Dustin, maybe we can wrap up with pictures, and then we'll go.
Yeah, I'm having an announcement.
Okay, perfect, Dustin, did you still have a question?
Yeah, my question is, how do people find out about the new member accounts? Is that like when they sign up to get email? Just have things
Yeah, so I'm actually really excited about moving forward post CRM migration with that. So typically when we were on Razor's Edge, it would be a weekly email. Obviously they get the link in their welcome email that's auto-generated, but then we would follow up as staff as well to anybody within a particular window saying, hey, we have this member welcome hangout that was more specific. We're really excited to automate that process through City CRM so that it's hitting them immediately. We can even do follow-ups, get creative with it. If we have guests that are lined up and planned to go, we can even have a personalized message from them to that group of people, welcome, inviting them to that welcome hangout. So really excited to get on board with that, and any other ways that anybody feels we can promote that, obviously are welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned, staff's been starting that, or not starting, we're taking some time to specially focus on that tomorrow, but you're all welcome to contribute ideas tomorrow and then in the months to come so we can triage them and get the biggest impact ones done. I think we have one more question, and Angela, we'll go to you.
Yeah, I had a question. You just briefly brought up this idea of these sort of sporadic or like these volunteers that are coming in a little bit less formally, almost like they're wanting to contribute, help do these dynamic things that the base staff, like they're sticking with the solid things, but these groups might be able to come up with new ideas and do some work that might be able to develop some things that maybe staff doesn't have time, or it's not the highest priority, but it has a lot of potential and it's not just distracting from the staff. I'm wondering, what that looks like, how the communication would happen so that they're actually serving our direction and not, you know, being some weird offshoot that's disconnected. And I'm very interested in that.
Yeah.
I love being parts of teams, making that fun and interesting, and I want to participate.
Awesome. Let me make 2 comments on this. We're going to hear even more about the possibilities here in our talent discussion of the budget later today. So I know a bunch of that will happen in executive session, so looking forward to expand then. As a brief preview, let me just make this high-level comment. I know as libertarians, we love our local politics. Local politics is not only important to us because we believe government should be more local, but it's also a great place that we have winnable opportunities to influence things. I think what that tends to do for a national party and the focus that we're all at is that a lot of our energy with volunteers gets directed into their local chapter or their state chapter. That's all incredible, but some things are actually best done at a national level, whether it's like a federal approach or whether it's something that scales like marketing or data or tech, or whether it's, trying to message things even outside of our borders, right, around the world. So those are the types of things we would recruit people on. There's a whole lot of stuff we want to do in order to make sure that's possible for people to do without being in shared chaos. So the very first thing is we want to make it possible for someone to even let us know they exist and they have our skills that technically exist in the site today, but it's not very prominent and it's not aligned to all the types of projects we want to do.
And do those funnels, getting people, oh, you really want to volunteer, you have these talents, like, is there a way through their experience to get that notification where to go?
Exactly. So you can imagine step 1 is just we know who people are, they have skills or they have passions. That's great. Step 2, we can then reach out to people to tap them for another project, and over time we could do things like literally recruit like we would for a job. So we can get better and better at it, and the most unsexy but very important step is to just know who they are so that they can let us know and that we want their help.
It's so exciting.
Great. With that, I just want to give a quick moment of closing, and I'll pass it to you for your announcement. It has been such a fun time getting to work with the staff and get to know how the organization works. Again, if there's anything I leave you with today, it's clear that there's huge momentum in this movement and so many good ideas in this room with our staff and then all of our members and people who are just noticing that something is happening. What we're trying to do is harness that energy and make it as focused as possible so we're not just talking about good ideas, but we're getting a bunch of big ones done and growing the movement. So thank you for the opportunity to do that. Let me hand it off to Angela.
So, Madam Chair, because you'll love this.
I'm still on this topic.
You'll love this. Okay. Someone in YouTube chat just upped to a monthly membership based upon what was said here.
Lovely.
He's a copycat.
So Reed mentioned he has a great team of volunteers, which he does. I want to kind of highlight that. We have Dave Minner who assists on Twitter. Twitter generates a lot of earned media for us. But our Instagram is also really beautiful, and we have incredible graphic design and layout, and that's by Carrie Hyder. And Connor holds down our Facebook too. So for all of you boomers who can't figure out Instagram, Connor has like additional people helping him, and I'm not even sure who all they are. But thank you guys for holding it down for everybody else who hates Twitter. And also probably has less migraines and emotional disorders because I stay off of Twitter. Thank you guys.
Thank you all so much.
So I think we're about to break for lunch. Mr. Kraus.
Thumbs up.
Lunch is ready, so we're gonna be back at approximately what time? We unclose this. Oh.
1 o'clock. We didn't really put that down.
We didn't put that down. How are we good for? Are we good for an hour?
Yes.
Okay, so let's come back at 1:15 p.m. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to accept.
Story funnel, where it's like based on your.
Oh, yeah, I try to get minutes out as soon as possible, but it's not even a matter of getting out. To get the reports into
Let's look at what is left on our agenda, because what I don't want to do is have everybody in here, kick everyone out for executive session, and then try to pull everybody back in for 5 minutes at the end. That would be rude. Are we streaming? Fantastic. Okay, so the next thing that we have is the Affiliate Support Committee report. We've already done announcements. We've got an IALP update. And then executive session is recommended for portions of the following items. Is there anything that's recommended through under overview and budget process that is not going to need to be done in executive session? Where is, Lainey, do you have any recommendations? So I'm looking at the second page of the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, with respect to changing things around.
Is there anything that is not going to be done in executive session?
Oh,
there's no right or wrong answer.
So sorry, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'm doing this from memory. So we'll definitely want to talk about talent in the executive session, and I recommend tools as well. And then I would defer to our other two committees how to handle that. But the opener and the closer will do outside of executive session too, I believe.
Okay, affiliate support and candidate support. Do you have budget presentations prepared?
No, this is strictly a
Got
conversation about.
Okay. Okay, that may not be very long then. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to stick with how we've got it right now, which is affiliate support committee and then IALP update. At that point, we're probably going to go into executive session, and it may not take as long as we had anticipated. So you may not all have to suffer in hallway. So let's, Mr. Pat Ford, are you ready? Oh, just kidding. Just kidding, you're not ready. It's your joke. Ah, it happens. Tap dance.
Maybe unplugging it, plugging it back in again.
3 cheers for PowerPoint. Oh,
Ken.
We have something. Almost.
They extended it, it's been a minute. Well, function as a.
Yes, like mirrors.
Ken should have a tip.
I got it. I can do right.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Pat Ford.
First of all, before I get into the presentation, for those of you at home who haven't met me, my name is Pat Ford. I'm chair of the Libertarian National Committee Affiliate Support Committee. I'm also a Region 8 rep, and I've served as a state chair on more than one occasion. That's important because we're going to be talking about today the fundamental relationship between affiliates and the National Party, an area of critical importance. So having lived all sides of this and having a great team, I think we can do a deep dive. I also wanted to, if you will, introduce 2 recurring concepts that you're going to hear from for the rest of the year and a half or so that we're all together. The Affiliate Support Committee serves as a conduit for the needs of the affiliates to the Libertarian Party professional staff management. None of the concepts I'm going to discuss today were moved forward. All right. I think we have the wrong PowerPoint up. Okay. are meant to interject ourselves into any of the lanes, if you will, of the professional staff. Again, the critical point is we're a conduit. The success of all of this depends on something that I believe is the single biggest challenge of the liberty movement. And that's what I call injecting the volunteer gene into the libertarian DNA. I have seen, just in my brief tenure across the nation, great efforts that have been applauded, embraced, and not really well supported by membership at large, membership writ large. And when we think about all the great reports we've heard from our staff, our committees, over the last few days, there's been a single common denominator when you talk about ballot access, needing more volunteer, not paid, volunteer, ballot access volunteers. When we hear about, political activism, what do we hear? The need for volunteers. When we hear about some great events being put out by hardworking staff and out of the affiliates, if you will, state affiliates, being underattended, what's missing? Volunteers. So we need to address that, and we can do it positively. And part of that comes from, as Laney discussed, creating events that speak to the measured responses of our membership and taking these events and tailoring them to them. Where the affiliate support committee comes in is in support of the professional staff, amplifying those efforts and also helping to redirect back, if you will, exactly how folks are feeling out in the sticks, out in the boonies, out in the big cities about what the Libertarian Party is. So I really wanted to stress that. We've changed the way the committee operates. I believe this to be one of the most important committees in the party. And we've changed the way it operates. In the past, it's largely been a very static, single project, single group oriented approach. We've broken down the Libertarian Party Affiliate Support Committee into really three working groups, three virtual groups. All three will be represented today very briefly and discussing and updating you on exactly what we're doing. I'll be addressing the Affiliate Support Hub. Linnea Gabbard will be talking about, if you will, college affiliate programs. And then I think Andrew's going to fill in for Rob Howard, who obviously couldn't be here today, got an election in 2 days, on the affiliate in a box issue. So, and then we'll open up the questions at the very end. The Affiliate Support Committee Hub. The concept here is reinventing the Affiliate Support Committee into the Affiliate Support Committee Hub to serve as literally a customer service center for Libertarian affiliates. The creation of a Libertarian rapid response team. Now let's think about that for a second. How many times have we watched the news cycle and events swing by us, sometimes at a frighteningly rapid pace, and not be able to respond instantly because we're trying to figure out who's going to respond. We're trying to figure out how we're going to respond. You're going to hear me talk about the jukebox theory. If anyone's boomer here, or boomer like me, remembers jukeboxes. And what it simply means is if someone goes to pushes A12 on a button, you have a button, all right? And a particular record to play back.
A record.
Right, a record. Right.
Buttons and records.
Buttons and records, yeah. But the point being is that if we've got a humanitarian crisis, no one's having midnight phone calls to figure out who, how, and where to respond. We've got a preordained, predefined response in place, and that's just a question of who we're calling, who's already aware of that response, to put it into motion. It could be a political crisis, scandal, shocking. Imagine a political scandal with the Libertarian movement. Yeah, that's never happened, right? The genesis of the idea is very straightforward. In 2021, James Toller, then vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Kentucky, Ken Mulman and myself, among others, fashioned an on-the-spot response to the devastating tornadoes in western Kentucky. In theory, the execution was simple but effective. A single point of contact at the disaster site was established, eliminating time-wasting efforts to repeat and define the call to action. Communication emanated from national to affiliates on how to support relief efforts already in place, both in cash and material donations. Significant quantities of life basics were donated en masse by libertarians across the country by order and paying for them online. In Walmart, in that case, we picked up at a specific location where Mr. Toller and other volunteers were waiting to load them on a waiting tractor trailer. In reality, while Mr. Toller's efforts were smoothly executed, the surrounding marketing and communication managed to come together in some sort of awkward dance. But an important lesson was learned. How about both the heart and the size of the libertarian community? what can we accomplish? On a fundamental level, a response to a humanitarian crisis that allows us to engage in the type of humanitarian aid that personifies the replacement of government intervention with personal charity, or a bound to soon happen political event, the exclusion of a serious, legitimate libertarian candidate from a prominent forum or debate, a fast approaching ballot access deadline where emphasis volunteer help from the affected or neighboring affiliates is essential to reducing aid petitioning efforts. In the case of the Libertarian Party, all of these events crises share one common denominator: the absence at any time of any built-in process to provide a rapid response that can facilitate a win in the following key areas: humanitarian response, outreach, membership, ballot access, and of course, most importantly, for sometimes fundraising. We need to begin to utilize the economies of scale that exist in the Libertarian National Party infrastructure to leverage our membership and significant social media presence in the aggregate to support those goals. How do we do this? Pretty happy. Maintain a database of affiliate chairs and a local, depending on the size and quite frankly the willingness of the volunteer base, to have local folks in place, maybe communication directors, fundraising folks, outreach, political directorships, ballot access coordinators. Working relationships are developed so that there exists a dual flow of communications. Let's talk about that. How important is it for folks who are the leadership of the Libertarian Party to have some connection, real connection, to folks out in the respective regions? So that it's not, oh, those guys at the LNC, oh, it's not that blinkety bleep, oh, it's not that. Instead of becoming a title, we become individuals. You know, it's Rich, who's you know, helping run the convention. It's Pat who's there. It's Karen Lyman who's there. But it's the rest of us who actually understand who we're working with in the field. So creating a channel within the National Libertarian Party for communications tools, legal support, volunteers, whatever is necessary to flow back to the affiliate level quickly when they raise up to us their demands. It's the opportunity to use the social media of the Libertarian National Party, followed, quite frankly, potentially by an ask of national affiliates, amplified by sharing, liking, retweeting, can dramatically impact the chances for success for any given action. Every one of us knows someone who has been excluded unfairly from the debate stage. Imagine instead of a last-minute sort of fumbling approach to figure out who the station manager is at some local station, only to be met by some gatekeeper. Imagine, if you will, if hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands of libertarians bombard that media outlet or that media headquarters with a single, polite, but firmly worded message that the Libertarian Party represents freedom, which is the bedrock of our society, and we have earned a right to be on that stage by being the third largest national political party, arguably on the planet. You know, the goal is to eliminate the fumbling efforts to figure out who to reach at each affiliate, the constant reinvention process as each crisis du jour is encountered. The takeaway. Waiting for a board member to report anecdotally on a humanitarian crisis, finding out about debate access the day before, missing an important ballot access deadline is an unprofessional and thoroughly inadequate manner to respond to political and humanitarian events, particularly in the presence of an on-steroids news circle. Established process will allow the LP to more nimbly, more effectively leverage our, for the time being, challenged resources. So, I'm reaching out to all of you to talk about just briefly a couple of these areas. You've got the state affiliates reaching out individually with preordained, pre-established contacts to the affiliate support committee. Now again, I want to stress, we've got development efforts, technology, communications, ballot access candidate support. In between that will be the professional management, the executive director of the National Party, who will then, based on, again, established communication channels, not hurry phone calls in the middle, right? But we receive forwarded email with what's necessary, what's needed. And at that point, they will decide at the national level what resources they can bring to bear, and then shoot them back down to the affiliate support committee, who, for example, in the case, I'm going to use a very specific example, our response to Hurricane Florida hurricane. An astonishing range of quick social media response from our social media team, back out, generating traffic, again, with a specific response that folks around the country can respond to. We learned a lot, by the way. That was our first implementation of this. We did do a post-mortem. We've realized that there are, you know, a lot of areas for improvement. But again, if ballot access can help us direct efforts, and I'll use New York is a positive example and a negative example. As a positive example, we had folks from Vermont, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts do ballot access in New York as volunteers. We didn't make the total, but imagine if a year or two from now, when this is in full flesh, fully created, we can have hundreds of volunteers descend on California, New York, all of the areas that we find constant challenges in. Imagine if we could do that, and both the camaraderie, the spirit, and the effectiveness and the cost effectiveness of our ballot access is now being supported by engaged, well-organized members. We all need to remember, I'm as former state chair, I've been just as guilty of this. We all need to understand that, particularly those folks who are willing to be volunteers, we need to plan and organize and make the best use of their time, just out of simple respect to that. We all know that doesn't always happen, sometimes because of chaos, sometimes because of how thinly staffed we are in certain parts of the country. But this has the opportunity to simply make it better, so that volunteers are responding to a couple of focal points. They don't need to call anybody, they don't need to talk to anybody. Show up here, if you can show up there, great. I'll put you to work for 3 hours. I would argue if we had had something like this in place for New York, there's a much better chance that we would have received ballot access in New York. And imagine the amount of money, time, and effort we would have seen. So that's step one. That's going to take us, our team, a great team, the next year and a half to actually put it to place in product. It's all voluntary. If affiliates don't want to participate, no worries. But whether it be another hurricane, a series of tornadoes, whether it be a scandal, whether it be the sudden realization that we're a few thousand signatures short, we need a structured approach to channel our energies so that we can both respect our members, show them a real value add from national, and at the same time accomplish great things. So that is the first part of our presentation here. Again, I'll take questions at the very end. I want to make this point clear to folks who might be listening at home or watching this, or maybe watching in the coming days. If questions or issues, you want to volunteer, my name is Pat Ford. You can find me on the Boomer Facebook. You can find me virtually anywhere. The Region 8 page, the LNC. Reach out to me, volunteer, engage, give us ideas, constructive criticism. I want to hear from people because this is, in fact, all about the affiliates. So with that, I'm going to introduce Lynn Gabbard, and she's going to talk about, I think, an outstanding opportunity for young libertarians, for us to finally have that kind of outreach into, the 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that we've so sorely needed, not depending on other political organizations to funnel them to us, but to us reaching out and making that connection early on. Thank you.
Okay. I am Linnea Gabbard, Region 7 Rep, and also on the Affiliate Support Committee. I'm going to start this off with quoting something Lainey said in her staff report. We need to look across projects to plan ahead and feature the ones that can make the biggest impact at the right time. That really hit me, and I feel like this is very relevant. So, college libertarians, party. Those are the people we need. So, while we definitely encourage state affiliates, I know they exist, who do have relationships with like YAL or Students for Liberty to continue to coalesce. Not all of the states in our party are able to do that because we don't have the relationships. Also know that some states do have unaffiliated college relationships that they've built. And the reason why I don't think any of those relationships sustain long-term is because none of those organizations have any long-term investment in the Libertarian Party. They're all doing things at a different level from a different organization. They do not have any buy-in with us. So they don't have the same platform. They don't have the same principles. And I think it's way overdue that we have our own college libertarians and our own system to keep that going. So basically, starting with my story, I crashed into the affiliate support committee wanting to do this. This is something I wanted to do for a long time. I know whenever we started running people for office in my state, I went to like some Democrat meetings and some Republican meetings to like figure out, I just wanted to see the perspective on how they prepare for elections. And one of the biggest things that they kept mentioning is did you guys get your, volunteers from the college yet? Have you visited the college? Not to me, but they were talking to themselves. And they have that support, we don't. And those are the ones who volunteer. Those are the people who are willing to, whenever they're not studying, make phone calls or texts. We need that. We are sorely missing that. So me with this idea, I was like, I'm gonna barge in and make some connections. Well, I'm not in college, so that's a problem. A lot of us are not in college. So, while I can, which I did, we created a case study where I went and I tabled UCA. I live in a tri-college town. So I tabled one of them, and it was really successful. And I tabled not just saying, this is a Libertarian party, this is what we do. I had a sign-up sheet, and I was like, start a college Libertarians chapter. Let's do this locally. And we had a lot of people that did. I got in contact with the student organization member, and we talked about that, and it was a good case study. But it was really hard because I'm not in college to keep that going. I don't have any contacts with anybody, in our party that's young and willing to do that. But one day, I saw a post from Theodore Gherkin, who is a young libertarian from California, a very, very impressive person, way more impressive than I was at that age. But he just became the chair of the Liberty Youth Caucus. So he was looking to do a college affiliate program too, and I was like, this is amazing. I have someone who can actually do the footwork, and I can provide whatever resources possible. So I talked to him, and we actually had almost the same proposal project, like what we were going to do at one time. So why this helps us, I think, is we, especially as the LNC, we provide support. We're not. It's good for us to not manhandle and micromanage things that can be done better by people that are intimately involved. So he has this Liberty Youth Caucus going, and I, with him in conjunction, went ahead and decided that I'd be the liaison to this project. So what we're going to do within the next, probably the next 3 months, is we're just going to identify what college organizations exist in what states, what relationships we have. And then he's going to take those and he's going to basically reach out and build it back up. So let me grab really quick the result. Okay, so a couple things to note. Not only do we need to, the reason why this is important to start now is we're going to have, whenever 2024 comes up, we're going to need presidential help. We're going to need, those elections are the most important to college kids. They love presidential elections because it's exciting. They can connect with people, their age in other states. It's very much where we get a huge volunteer base. And so we have essentially a few things to work out as far as what we want, like how do we want to parent this organization? So we looked at the Republicans and the Democrats, college Democrats. They're basically a direct project of the National Committee. So they would be like, they're like a committee branching off from their, basically, it's a little bit different than like us having a committee from the LNC, but it works a little bit that way. And then you have like the College National Republicans, which are an entirely separate entity. It's not legally bound to the Republican Party itself, but they operate with them and they plan events like that. So that's something that we'll need to decide. However, at this point, what we decided we also wanted to do was make it very much an internal organization for the Liberty Youth Caucus, meaning they want to fundraise as much as they can without asking anything of us, but like maintaining a relationship with the Affiliate Support Committee for resources. Other than that, the first step that we have in our proposal is going to be chapter creation, promotion, maintenance. Like I said, identify suitable colleges. Like there are going to be colleges in the United States that are not going to be as, it's not going to be a hub where we want to start with. Establish a liaison to that project, and then schedule meetings, potential members, reach out to the list of students that we obtain, and then officially establish that college affiliate, and then routine maintenance, just kind of like any other affiliate that you would make. But yes, that is my College of Libertarians project. Yes? Yeah.
Historically, I'm so glad to see somebody excited about this because it's been tried so many times. But one cautionary note, because I'm sure this will come up, and it's a frank discussion to have with the Youth Caucus. In the past, they've engaged in internal politicking, like endorsing LNC candidates and the like. And if there's simply, if they want to just simply be we want to engage youth, that's neutral, that's fine. But if they start wanting to do some of that other stuff, it gets into entanglements with promoting a particular caucus.
I'll speak to it. So I already vetted the whole thing.
Okay.
And I had conversations with Teddy Gerken before and after he became Youth Caucus Chair. So his vision for the Youth Caucus is for it to not be like a typical ideological caucus. It's strictly youth engagement.
Yeah, and that's wonderful, because you need kids, you need them to be the ones to spearhead this. Also, I'd highly encourage you to talk to Dr. Lark, because we really haven't had what you want to do yet. He's kind of been the unofficial, when someone wants to start a campus organization, they've been referred to Dr. Lark because he's a professor, so he knows a little bit about navigating that sort of thing. And I'm sure he would love to be like a faculty advisor. He did a campus organizing report, but he's always like, oh my goodness, I wish we could do more. So I'm sure Dr. Lark would be very excited to work with you guys, and he's just a gem. They don't call him Gentleman Jim Lark for nothing. I'm sure he would love it.
Absolutely.
So I'm very excited to hear about your project.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on what she said, when I talked to Theodore, he was like, he looked at that and he said, I want to restructure everything. That way this in the future has nothing to do with, whenever we came together about it, he was first skeptical about it being attached to the LNC. He said, I know we need support and I'd like to form that relationship, but we don't want anything to do with, and I was like, that's great. So I think it'll be very functional. Functional on the ground, doing what it's supposed to. I hope so, but that's what we have plans for. So yes, I will reach out to Dr. Long. That'd be great.
I'm also happy to give Teddy some bylaws recommendations about not doing formal endorsements, if that would also make people more comfortable.
It's just a fine line.
I know.
You know that will come up.
Yeah.
Great thing to bring up.
Teddy and I though had like an hour-long conversation about the mechanics of that and how that would work in politicking. That it would have to be a clear division before you guys even.
Because believe it or not, let me give you, it'll sound like an odd example, but when you think about it, you'll be like, oh my goodness, and this would be something for Teddy to consider. There's been ongoing disputes in the party over whether or not LP news should be printed or digital. And in the past, the Youth Caucus has very much lobbied for it to be digital, because generally speaking, that's what young people prefer. But then it started into taking a political position, because the older people in the party felt like, oh no. So even like something that seems so harmless as that, they have to be so cautious with. So that's just a cautionary tale that blew up into something like 4 years ago. And it still comes up, it seems like, every couple of years. But as long as they're super cautious, I think it would work out wonderfully.
There's a couple more questions.
Oh, yeah.
I just had a couple of quick suggestions. When I was chair of Kentucky, we tried to get student organizations up and running. 2 suggestions. Number 1, search our donor database for anyone with a job title of professor or faculty, that kind of stuff, so we can start establishing who most of the time these student groups have to have a faculty advisor. Yeah. So start there. And then we have the things up there, things to do. The last one, maintenance is absolutely critical. And I'll tell you the number of college boards we got set up, and then 3 years later fell down because the person running it graduated and didn't have a successor.
Here we go.
So those are the 2 things I would emphasize based on my experience. I applaud this. It's good. We need to unfortunately, we ceded our previous pipeline to YAL and Students for Liberty, then routed them to the GOP and sent it to us. We need to have our own pipeline into the party. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me address something about DIP and the fall off that I've also spoken with Teddy about. And actually, this involves you in a good way. No, in a good way. So one of the issues with college organizations is that they go dead during the summer. Yeah. So something that we want to work with Dustin Blankenship and staff on is to start rolling out an internship program so that the Youth Caucus can funnel people into our internship program so they can maintain retention and we can get some free work.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, we try, and I gotta hope this works, because the historical committee, because there's a lot of people who are majoring in history, or they're majoring in some kind of document preservation type thing. The historical committee always wants interns. We've had a few before, and it's been valuable to them, so that would be an awesome thing. I'm sure there's other committees as well. Of course, I'm gonna pick the historical committee. Sure. But it's relevant to a lot of degrees, library science, there's all kinds of degrees that it's relevant to.
So that was one thing we talked about too, before I got in touch with Teddy, is that whenever we did the tabling at UCA, we wanted, you have to have some kind of incentive for the students, because what they see whenever you just go set up an organization is, oh, I have to do a whole other work and I have a lot of stuff, but there's no reason for me to be doing this other than, so yes, that's primary, like that probably needs to be in the rollout. Like, I mean, we can't set all of those things up right away, but for you, you already kind of have that.
Oh yeah, we're ready to take on interns at any time.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
So I'm not intending to dump a smash, like do it all at once internship program on staff right now. So we're not going to be prepared for summer or for spring, but we might, depending on how things go, we might be able to pull off getting a small group for this summer. We'll see how it goes. We've had one intern so far who worked with Kent, so this has been given a test run. So we're going to sort of onboard slowly at a pace that they can manage and that they're comfortable with, and that we want it to help staff, not be more work for staff. So, but yeah, that I think this is looking good. It's looking good.
Any more questions go on right here? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, we've got 3 working groups within the committee. They all work independently, and then we get together every month or so. The third and final has been a project that's been ongoing for a generation here, and I think we're going to bring that finally to that next level. And a lot of, I want to remark that a lot of folks in the past few years have worked diligently at the affiliate support thing. I think what we're trying to do this time is just bring it up to the next level. So Andrew Watkins is going to fill in for Rob, and just come up and make just a couple of brief points, and then again, we respecting the time. I know we've probably got a little over time, but we're going to be opening questions now and tonight. I'll be at the event, so if folks have questions or suggestions. And yes, we need volunteers. I've got places for volunteers everywhere. Andrew, come on.
I'm going to do it here because I don't feel like walking over there.
How libertarian of you.
Yeah. The allocate, yeah. So I don't have any fancy slides. But so Rob has been leading the charge on this, but we're kind of starting off small, but basically what we want to start with, since we want to have like a list of basically job descriptions for volunteers. We were talking a little bit about like stuff for, this is what a chair does, this is what a treasurer does, but if we figured out very quickly that if you're like going for that role, you already know what you're doing. So we don't really want to start there yet. But basically, this kind of goes into what Lainey was talking about earlier too. We have a lot of talent coming into the party, and we want to capture that. So basically, it's just what does a social media role do? What does our event coordinator do? This is what we need. So and this soon, within the next couple of weeks, I'll probably be leading on the rest of the region reps to kind of give us a list of point people that kind of stand out. Obviously, everybody works hard and does great stuff, but there's always some outliers that or shining stars, if you will, that kind of thing. That if there's a state or a person that is very good at fundraising, if you can point them to us and we can talk to them, maybe get some brief pointers about what works best for them and what does not, that kind of thing. That way we can compile it all, make it very general and specific, and then each state that wants to view this document can then tailor it to their own needs. And then we'll kind of build from there, basically. But that's pretty much what we're at right now. The question? Anything? No? Suggestions? Fine. All right. Cool.
I'm just going to wrap up. I would be remiss if I didn't make a personal thank you to John Thompson. He's the second vice president, second vice chair, I should say, at the Libertarian Party of Florida. He was instrumental in our, in our relief efforts there. And he's agreed to be the, if you will, the laboratory, the lab person on this. He's our very first dedicated humanitarian aid coordinator. You know, the goal, have one in every state. There's not only just disaster humanitarian aid, you know, there's political humanitarian aid. You look at situations in inner cities across the nation with their water supplies. There's an opportunity at every level for Rhode Islanders, Americans, sorry, to make a point that if in fact we as an organization, a philosophy, a political party, truly believe in substituting government forced aid with voluntary efforts, then we need to be the ones to lead the way, not just in talking about it, but actually doing it. So folks, reach out to me. Lots of opportunity for people to engage. Thank you.
Okay, next item on our agenda is IALP update. Miguel, if you are ready, please take it away.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed LNC colleagues. I have just some brief verbal remarks. I don't have a written report on these matters. I wanted to share updates from an initial phone call that I had with the IALP, that's the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties. Members are comprised of libertarian activists from many different countries around the world. And I was able to have a phone call with 3 gentlemen. It was 4 of us total on the call. And the 3 gentlemen were the president, vice president, and secretary of the IALP. And this was some time ago. It might have been at the last in-person LNC meeting that Angela just sort of tossed it out there that she was looking for someone to help serve as a liaison. And that sounded cool to me, so I let her know I'd be interested. So we set up a phone call. I got briefly acquainted with them and learned that they've not been extremely active in recent months or perhaps recent years, and they're looking to get more active. And they would really appreciate the U.S. Libertarian Party being active internationally with them. And aside from basically some more mundane, I'll say that in the best way possible, more mundane projects like relaunching their website, and certain other things we touched on. They want to help libertarian parties in a few other countries get started up that don't have active libertarian parties yet. The main topic of discussion that I was interested in and that they initiated as well was over messaging, political, messaging around international relations, and particularly Ukraine. And I said, oh great, that was the main thing I wanted to talk about as well, because we've had a number of LP, or rather libertarians in other countries on Twitter, on social media, accusing our U.S. Libertarian Party of echoing, or basically the phrase I'm hearing used is echoing Kremlin propaganda, Russian propaganda, which to me is just laughable. I mean, it's as baseless a claim as if you were to say that libertarians in 2001 were echoing Al-Qaeda propaganda. It's a very misguided view of, if we're going to say, oh, well, the United States caused hundreds of thousands of deaths through our sanctions in Iraq in the 90s, that wouldn't be, Al-Qaeda propaganda, although it did happen to be among the motivations of the terrorists that committed the acts of 9/11. And if we want to shed light on things that NATO and Western countries have done to escalate tensions with Russia, that's not to justify Putin invading Ukraine.
So we hashed it out. I just wanted to get into this discussion with them because we have a lot of different folks out there speaking on behalf of the Libertarian Party, and we're not very coordinated in our messaging. And sometimes we really get into the weeds and we want to argue about things like the Azov battalion and whether there are or how many Nazis, neo-Nazis, or what have you, there are in the Ukrainian military forces. And we like really just get sort of tangled up in these secondary conversations. What I wanted to convey was that the primary conversation should be about how, again, these tensions have been escalated. And I would argue deliberately. We're not seeing peace negotiations. We're seeing escalations of force. We're seeing expansion of Western hegemony and a globalist agenda that, I mean, it's been in our platform for, for forever, that we're against entangling alliances, we're against sanctions, we're against regime change operations, we're against, funding wars and promoting wars. We know that war is a racket, and this Ukraine war is certainly a racket for all the international arms dealers and the U.S. corporations and industry. This is a fantastic opportunity for NATO to expand and to sell lots of weapons and do lots of construction and a lot of financing in Ukraine. And really, so basically, these gentlemen with the IALP, they wanted to see our messaging change to be more, essentially, I would say, supportive of Ukraine. And they don't want to feel like we're justifying Vladimir Putin's actions, which I said, of course, none of us are even remotely attempting to do that. His actions should be condemned as aggression, and we should be educating people on the aggression by the West. If we're not pointing out everything that has led up to this, then we're doing a disservice by just waving the Ukrainian flag, because the logical conclusion of the whole Stand With Ukraine agenda is World War III. This is a proxy war, and we're essentially already economically in World War III. And I know that we're all terrified about that. And here in this room, the most contentious thing that we argue about is when and where to have our next meeting. and out there, on a day-to-day basis, I think that a lot of us are scared about us or our children or our neighbors' kids being sent into another war to die. And that's I think the biggest thing going on in the world right now. And I think we have to be very careful about how we do message on this topic, and not get in the weeds, and definitely not get into edgelording. And so the other thing that I wanted to share was that as we got into, as they started to express, look, we're concerned with some of the messaging coming out of the U.S. Libertarian Party. They explicitly, or they specifically named New Hampshire. And I know that I'm not alone in this room in my opinion, which I shared with them, that, well, first I explained the state affiliates of our National Libertarian Party, they operate independently. And that's the way it's supposed to be. And so they naturally each have their own approach, their own strategy, their own messaging, their own brand. And I also expressed to them that, many of us here feel that New Hampshire's social media activities have earned media of an unwanted variety. And basically, I let them know that they, in many of these cases, have been resistant and not very responsive to constructive feedback. So I'm just putting that all out there, and that's what I let these guys know. And what I also let them know is that we want to have a better quality conversation. Don't want to be talking past each other and just continually in these unproductive, Twitter flame wars. We want to have direct conversation and, again, productive conversation where we can all leave more educated on the subject and figure out where we actually agree. Because what I told them was, look, our position is that we don't send billions of dollars that we don't have, that we're printing every day, to a proxy war. We don't send all these weapons. We certainly don't send our own troops, which now we've mobilized and sent to Poland. And that's hard line against our principles. So we're always going to advocate against that. And if standing with Ukraine means doing those things, then we don't stand with Ukraine. And I shared a meme with them that I don't think they very much appreciated. I think this, in my opinion, I thought that this pretty much encapsulated what our stance should be. And this is a really cool meme created by the Free Thought Project. And it basically, it's got these little emojis, and it says, I do not stand with Russia. I do not stand with Ukraine. I do not stand with NATO. I do not stand with the UN. I stand with the people in each country who are held hostage by governments that start wars, destroy economies, and subjugate our lives. And we need to be very clear on that message. We need to do a better job of getting the point across, because if other libertarians, these are very well educated libertarians, they're very well versed in the philosophy and the tradition of thought in the libertarian movement. If their perception is reality, if their perception is that we're carrying water for the Kremlin, then we're messing up, and we need to take responsibility and do a better job of communicating. So I more or less have extended an invitation to set up more calls, and what we thought would be a great idea was to have a live stream, roundtable conversation, if you will, with some of our best messengers on the subject, and some libertarians from Ukraine, from Russia, and from some of these other countries that have been arguing that we're echoing Russian propaganda. And we'll hash it out, and we'll have a good quality conversation. I'm currently thinking about, who would be the best people to do that. We have a lot of talented folks. And just to throw out a couple names, I haven't run it by these people, but within the past month, a fella some of you might be familiar with, Clint Russell of Liberty Lockdown, he put out a really great episode on his podcast called The War They Wanted. And he pretty much lined out the whole history behind, NATO expansion, or, sort of like proposed NATO expansion into Ukraine, and regime change that we've been involved in there. And another person or two people that I'm curious about would be Angela, I know them, Monica Perez and Brad Binkley of the Propaganda Report. And they do such a great job of deconstructing propaganda narratives, because this basically is all this is. It's a propaganda war. It's an information war, and our enemy, the cult of statism, they admit this, that it's really just about whoever's narrative is dominant and that people believe, that's who's winning. And they want us to believe that we've got to pick a side, and the side that we have to pick is Ukraine, and we've got to send them all our money, go bankrupt, and then sign on to a new global central bank digital currency, and who knows what else. But yeah, that's where we're at. We're going to set up some discussions on this subject, and I feel it's really important to dial it in and not just, again, not get into the weeds, not succumb to just trying to be edgy, getting attention. Let's stick to our principles, stick to the platform, and let's also speak with our libertarian, libertarian allies around the world and work together. I know we want to coordinate our messaging because we agree on, really, we agree on peace. We agree on freedom. So that's what I have for you today. And I'm happy to take questions. Art?
I was surprised not to hear Dave Smith's name mentioned as a clarifier on Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, he might be okay. I mean, I don't know. I was thinking of like other people that don't get as much attention. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
My comments didn't evolve into questions. It's more comments. And first of all, totally appreciate what you're doing. So I might have a little criticism. It's not about you. It's about what they said to you. I make that clear. That I totally like mad props to what you did. In one sense, though, I think we need to focus a lot more just on being anti-interventionist without even dealing with the names Russia and Ukraine. The Libertarian Party position is non-interventionist, and I don't think we highlight that much. We get too much in the weeds as the specific details of the situation rather than just the principle of non-interventionism. But I have to tell you, it's kind of like I can call my sister ugly, but nobody else better call my sister ugly. I don't like that people from other countries are like having an opinion about New Hampshire. I'm telling you, that bothered me. We can have an opinion about New Hampshire, but let them mind their own. I'm sorry, that really rubbed me the wrong way, and I don't always like every single thing that comes out of a lot of the kind of affiliates. But I don't think if other people are taking some of our messaging in a way we don't intend, yeah, that could mean we are failing, but it might not necessarily be. Because I can tell you, I've heard from a lot of libertarian organizations last term that, oh, being against mandates makes you look like an anti-vaxxer. Or, so just because somebody says, oh, this makes you look one way, where I think we're being put to shame is I see Republicans and Democrats who aren't nearly as navel-gazing as we do and say stronger, sometimes libertarian things with no fear. Meanwhile, we're like, oh my God, they might not like us. Our philosophy in the larger world is prima facie edgelording. To the average Joe, our philosophy is extreme. And I think that word now has just become anything that makes our normie neighbor cringe a little now is edgelord. And I'm sorry, I think we need to get beyond that. We need to be our principles. We can't be an ass for the sake of being an ass. But I do not want the way we act and message to be determined by the international community. I just don't.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I agree that it's like, it feels uncomfortable to be criticized by these outside people that are not as intimately involved. And the positive side to that I took from the call, which they very clearly stated as well, was that they are paying attention to what we're doing and what we're saying. We have influence in not just the national conversation, but the global conversation about peace and freedom. So they're very, very keenly interested in whatever weird stuff is going on with our internal politics and with our external messaging. Yes, Mr. Neff.
So as part of the comms team, I would just like to speak that we have, as far as foreign policy is concerned, or actually in a lot of policies, we have a strict rule to not echo the regime. So when everybody and their brother in the mainstream media and from the White House and every foreign organization and NGO is condemning Russia, we don't really contribute to the conversation by joining into that. So we need to, we are the American Libertarian Party. We need to look at the role of the American government in this foreign policy catastrophes that are the result of decades and decades of intervention. And so that's what we have focused on. And that's something that when we are ascendant in politics, something that we will be able to affect. We cannot, as an American political party, we cannot control or affect anything that Russia does. We cannot control or affect anything that Ukraine does, other than, giving them a bunch of friggin' money, guns, and troops on the ground to die for them. So I reject this premise that we need to kowtow to their terms on how to message. I will get behind that.
Thank you. I agree. And I would also say, to the extent that we do condemn, actual military aggression by Russia, we should do it in the sense of saying, wow, that is terrible, and here is why the United States and the European Union and NATO wanted this to happen, and how they're profiting off of it.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'll speak as a proud representative of New Hampshire.
Thank you.
We have very explicit, very strong anti-war messages. There are two in particular that I could repeat here, but I won't for sake of brevity. If they don't like them, we can double down and give them even stronger anti-war messages. And that's really the key. This is not about being edgy. This is about being explicit and direct. War is bad, people are dying. The words are not the issue, it's the deaths.
Yes. I'm sure that they would, or at least I'm optimistic that they would respond positively to that. What they didn't like, which they gave for example, was a photo of Zelensky with a Hitler mustache. It's like, what is that doing to educate people on what's been escalating these tensions? So I mean, I'm all about it. I'm literally here to advocate for us doubling down on the anti-war and pro-peace message. So thank you.
I want to provide just a little bit of a counterbalance so we can kind of look at this thing in the totality, right? They're literally physically closer to the war. Their feelings are going to be, they're more emotionally invested in this probably than we are. With the exception of anybody in here who's got anybody in their family who's in the military and having to deal with it. That's very close to home. On the other hand, though, the left-leaning groups that Andrew and I have been working with, 100% on board with our messaging, and they're going just as hard. So there are people overseas who are upset about it, but I know that this LNC has people have been critical, thinking we would push away people on the left. We've actually made tremendous inroads, and our aggressive anti-war rhetoric is what's doing that. So it's working.
There's an organization in Massachusetts called Mass Peace Action, which is one of the most active anti-war organizations in the country. It's very, very left-leaning. I introduced them to some guy named Gordon. They went wild. They love Scott Gordon. Okay, yeah. Who knew, right? And Scott's pretty. I've heard he's opinionated. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I'd like to wrap up questions. Maybe Mr. Hagopian has our last question.
Just wanted to say thank you, and then also I love the idea of bringing non-LNC, non-big name, kind of inside the party people to that discussion, so that it doesn't turn into what we just had. It should not be a discussion about LNC messaging. It should be a discussion about libertarian values, and I think that's what you're trying to bring to the table. That's what they want to bring to the table. We can all watch that discussion and then have internal discussions about how to use that information, but we should avoid what we just had on an international scale.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see that. We don't want to get in an echo chamber, and we want to elevate our best voices, and oftentimes those are ones that are overlooked. So, all right, well, I'll leave it at that, but thank you very much. Feel free to call.
All right, thank you, Miguel, for taking on that very tricky position. Okay, so let's take a look, see what we got next. Up next, we're gonna have overview and budget process, I believe. Our agenda has been moved around a little bit, so I'm conferring with our secretary.
I have to pull back up the one note, but
all good.
I believe you're correct. For some reason, everything shut down. And yeah, I've got a whole collection of one notes.
Mini collections, that is literally her job.
Yeah. Let's see. Look at one from 2019 and relive the past.
Oh, let's not.
Yeah.
Let's not say we did.
Yeah, please.
Housekeeping, adopted agenda. So,
But things got wiggled around, so.
we just finished the aisle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all this budget stuff in order.
Okay, so here's gonna be a question I ask, there's no right or wrong answer. Do we wanna do the overview of the budget process, and then at that point, someone should move to go into executive session? Does that work, or should I entertain such a motion right now?
I'd love your opinion on this. I think it might be helpful for the whole body to hear the rough timeline. Or
Yeah, and I think, the overview, other than what I've already gone through, is probably 2 minutes.
Great. So why don't we do that, and then at a certain point, I will make that motion unless someone jumps the gun and beats me to it. So who would like to begin this part of our presentation for us?
Sure. So basically, the overview of the budget is as follows. So we are going to have our discussion today about the different categories that I've already outlined. I am listening, I'm taking notes, trying to figure out where the room is, what the competing interests are, and then I will be asking questions to try to get people to debate on those competing interests so that I can hear the consensus. From there, Lainey, myself, potentially a couple other folks will get together and come up with the draft budget, which is based on my draft budget plus inputs from today. 2 weeks from now, theoretically around 2 weeks from now, I will submit a draft budget to the XCOM, which for those visiting is a subset of the LNC. The XCOM will review that draft budget and then submit it to the LNC for a vote in the early part of December. And then we will have approved it by the end of December, theoretically early December, but at least by the end of December. And that is the schedule that we've laid out.
The plan is to have an online meeting just to discuss the budget. Please don't dump a bunch of other stuff on the agenda once I post it, please. Probably December 10th or 11th. So I'm technically, maybe theoretically going into labor between November 25th and December 5th. So I should be good for a budget meeting within 5 days. If I go into labor during the budget meeting, that will be hilarious. And I will actually stay on as long as I can because I'm a clown.
I will move to table your legal.
We'll fundraise on it. Let's just make sure we fundraise on it.
We should totally fundraise on it.
Thank you for your service.
Okay, so we will iron that meeting date out afterwards online, but I'm just giving you all a rough timeline. And then we also need to have an executive committee meeting about that prior to that. So that is how this is going to work. Okay, so real quick, ballot access committee budget presentation is probably not going to happen. We are probably just going to revisit and ask Mr. Nannon a couple of questions. Affiliate support committee budget presentation, that's going to be something that Lainey and I talk about and also ask Pat Ford his opinion on, and same with candidate support committee budget presentations. That stuff is going to be related to staff and similar issues. But yeah, that's really about it. And I anticipate that we should be done on time. So before we start talking about talent, I am going to move that we go into executive session and keep our executive director in, with the caveat that we may want to pull staff in to facilitate answering any questions at a certain point, and that we'll do that on an as-needed basis. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw! All right. Okay, any objections? Oh, yes.
I think that we want the executive director, certainly for probably the majority of it. There may come a point in time where we want to have discussions just as a board.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that there's going to be an opportunity to do that.
That is totally fine. Okay. Any objections? Once, go twice. Okay.
Really, it's not an objection.
Just so everybody knows, some of you may not have known, there is a shuttle to and from the airport. If you are leaving tomorrow and you want to grab a shuttle, they are taking reservations. So they have a schedule, because actually they have a lot of airline personnel that stay here. So they are kind of on a schedule, and they are asking that if you need a ride to the shuttle ride, that check in with them today, and they'll put you on a list, they'll take your room number. So
You know what hours it runs?
It runs, I don't know. I have a 7.
It ran pretty late.
I have a 7:30. I have to be down there at 7:30, so it's at least that.
My plane leaves at 5:45.
You might ask them about that, so, but you can check at the front desk to get a,
Don't forget
to luggage.
Yeah, don't forget my luggage and Kathy will.
If you'd like to, you are invited. Any other announcements?
Sure.
All right.
So as you all know, ballot access will be very expensive. I'm asking everybody right now in this room to donate $50 to the party.
All right.
To do what?
For ballot access. There you go. How much?
I'll see your 50, I'll write
Right
you
now,
100.
I will donate $100 tonight for ballot access.
All right. All right, we're a fraction of a percent there.
There we go. Dustin Anna is doing a good job chairing his committee and fundraising money.
And who gets to collect that?
Can I see you about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
All right, let's have
Just-
Warren make an announcement.
Very quick, for the region people especially, I've already contacted about a dozen state chairs. Now that the elections are over, I have to call literally, I want to talk to every state chair. If you about what we're trying to do in affiliate support. If you could, as a favor, just reach out to your state chairs and say, all right, I'll have Ford call and I'll make it brief. Okay.
Okay,
I will
great.
make it brief.
All right, so do we have anybody who'd like to give public comment? That's our next agenda item. Yes, Mr. Molman.
I just want to note that the link to give the ballot access is lp.org/ballot access.
Thank you very much.
And thank you all for putting me on the ballot.
You are welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, anything else? There's one last item on our agenda.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Any objections? And I swear I will. No, going once, going twice. Hearing no objections, we are adjourned at 5:13 p.m., which is early, and that was fantastic. Thank you all so much.
It's a woo.
Woo!
No.
Robert.
Yeah.